Hey everyone, sorry for running late. I couldn't find the link to the meeting tonight, but we got it now. Thanks, Lori, for figuring that out.
Sorry, Jason, for the trouble. I'll double check the mailing list and make sure that you're included on that distribution group. So
I might have been. I was kind of scrambling to look at the email. I may just have misplaced it. It came from Deb. I'm looking at who it was to. Oh, maybe I wasn't on there. Okay, good. Makes me feel slightly better. But all right. Hey, thanks for checking.
yep.
What?
And that says 6:30 go live.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, good evening, everybody. And welcome to the Stearns County Board of Adjustments meeting for January 28th, 2011. I have a couple announcements to make. Just to make everyone aware that our meetings are recorded for the record. So when you're going to say something, board members, we ask that you just state your name before you speak so we know who's speaking. And applicants or others that are here to talk about applications, if you could state your name and your address for the record before you speak, that would be very helpful for us with keeping minutes for the record. Members of the Board of Adjustment are appointed by the County Board of Commissioners with one member from each of the 5 commissioner districts, 1 member at large, and 1 member appointed by the Planning Commission. The first thing on our agenda for this evening, I'm just going to mention that the agenda was changed slightly, and I have a copy of the revised agenda, but that didn't get out to all the members. And basically what changed is there is some information that is going to be provided by the on feedlot revisions, and that was moved from toward the beginning of the agenda to the end, just so that we save time for those applicants that are waiting online. And then we can take care of that business at the end of the meeting. I would like to first do a roll call so that we know everyone is here. Jill from District 1. Here. Mike, District 2.
Here.
Dennis, District 3.
Here.
Bonnie, District 4. I'm here. Dave Gamrat told us that he would not be able to be here this evening, and he's District 5. Jacob is our at-large member.
I'm here.
And we would like to welcome this evening our new member from the Planning Commission, Jason Crone. So Jason, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome.
Nice meeting everyone virtually tonight.
Okay, hopefully in the not too distant future, we'll be able to be face to face, but I know that's probably still a couple months or at least a few months off. All right. And this evening we have 7 agenda items plus a number of minutes to approve plus a couple other items. So if we can just try to keep our comments, brief and not duplicate others' comments, just so that we can keep the meeting flowing this evening. Okay, I'll give a brief overview of the proceedings this evening. When I read the variance request, that opens the public hearing. And when I'm reading your request, I would ask that the applicant or the representative come forward, that they would let us know they're out there so that we know that they are available to talk to us. And we'd have you state your name and your address. Then Environmental Services staff will provide a brief overview of the requested variance, and then the staff report and give us any correspondence that might have been received. Then the applicant can provide us with their information. Once they have finished, the board can discuss the request and ask any questions of staff or the applicant. And then if there is anyone else that would like to speak from the general public that's online with us, they would be able to join us. But according to my records here, it doesn't look like we have any other people other than the applicants with us this evening. And then upon completion of that, we will close the public hearing. After the public hearing's closed, then we won't be able to receive any testimony from either the staff or the applicant unless a board member has a question and needs something clarified. And before we begin with our first item, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone could join in with us for a pledge. I know you don't all have a flag available, but we'll still participate in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, in response to COVID-19 and pursuant to Minnesota Statute 12 regarding to emergency management, Governor Walz has declared a state of emergency. In response to the state of emergency and in accordance with the Minnesota Statute Chapter 13D.021, all Board of Adjustment members, except for the chair and applicants, that are participating by telephone or other electronic means. In-person attendance and comments from the public will not be allowed to conform with the MDH and the CDC guidelines to minimize gatherings. This meeting is broadcast live, and members of the public were asked to submit any comments that they had by 3 o'clock today. Our first item on our agenda will be to elect officers for this next year. The first position that we need to elect for is the chairperson. So we have anyone that would like to volunteer for that or nominations?
Madam Chair Jill DeLong, I'd like to nominate you as the chairperson.
All right, thank you. Other nominations? Okay, hearing no other nominations, I would have a willingness to do that. All in favor of Bonnie Mossman from let's see, from District 4, looking for my district number, for District 4 continuing as the chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, hearing none, then I will continue as chair. We do need a vice chair as well. Is the current vice chair have a willingness to continue?
I would be willing to continue.
All right, and so I would like to nominate Dennis then as vice chair. Is there any other nominations? Anyone else that has an interest in being vice chair?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'd also
Yes.
be willing to be vice chair.
All right, so we have 2 candidates for vice chair. Any others? All right, I'll do a roll call, and if it's pretty hard for us to do a ballot, so I will just need to do a roll call and indicate either Dennis or Jill as your candidate. Jill?
I'll vote for myself.
Okay, Mike?
Dennis.
Dennis?
I vote for myself as well.
Okay, let's see. And Dave is absent this evening. Jacob?
Dennis.
And Jason?
I'm going to abstain if I don't have to be a vote breaker since it's the first night. So,
All right, that's fine. And I also will vote for Dennis. So we have 4 votes for Dennis, so that makes it a quorum. Or that makes a not a unanimous, but a majority vote. So thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Jill, for your willingness to serve in that capacity. We also need to vote for a secretary. And if we have anyone that is interested in running for that position, I should say ahead of time, the secretary really does, well, very little, if anything, at meetings, because as soon as we vote for a secretary, we delegate that responsibility to the staff to take notes.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I will continue if no one else would like to do that.
All right, so Mike is willing to continue. Do we have anyone else that would like to put the name in for that position? Okay, hearing none. Could I have a vote as all those in favor of Mike as the secretary?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, hearing none, Mike will be our secretary. And just to make it official, Mike, could you make a statement that you are delegating your responsibilities to county staff?
I would like to delegate my duties to the county staff.
All right, thank you. And now that we have a new member, plus I believe, Jacob, you are starting a new term, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Then both of you will need to do the oath of office. There'll be electronic documents that will be sent to you to complete and be submitted to Environmental Services Office for both Jason and Jacob. The Code of Ethics is also electronic documents that will be completed and submitted to the County Administration Office. So, and that will be for, I believe, all members. And if we can, the oath of office, if you can see that on the screen, if Jason and Jacob could read that from the screen so that we have that official.
Sure.
yeah. I, Jason
I, Jacob
Cronlund,
Hawk,
do
solemnly swear that I will support the
You
Constitution
can
of
both
the United
say it
States
together, yeah.
and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, and that I will faithfully execute and discharge the duties of the Board of Adjustment in the County of Stearns, Minnesota, according to the law and to the best of my ability and understanding.
Okay, thank you. Originally on our agenda, we had a member training from Steve Hammes, but that will be moved to the end of the agenda.
Madam Chair, this is
Yes.
Angie Bird from Environmental Services. I don't know if Steve is on the call already or if he's aware of that. If not, thought the only thing that was being moved was the feedlot item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that. So if Steve is there, if he can talk about member training, and then the feedlot revision discussion will be moved to the end of the agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. That was my error. So Steve, if you're out there?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here. Thank you for your time. I understand you have a busy night and many things on your agenda, so I won't try to take up too much of your time. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Steve Hammis. I'm the Assistant Administrator for Stearns County. And I first want to thank all of you for your service. Stearns County can't get all of its work done without having the contributions of citizens like you who are dedicated and want to participate in our democracy to make sure that things are running the way that they should be. So again, I do want to thank you on behalf of myself and county administration for all of the time and effort that you put in to your roles here. The reason for my visit is I've been going around to boards and committees across the county to talk about some of the training and the code of conduct that the county board adopted a policy last fall. I see from our records that about half of you have completed this training already. This training is, it's really an outgrowth of our new mission and values the county adopted about 2 years ago, and really striving to be increasingly more professional, accountable, and collaborative with all of our different citizen groups. And as part of the professionalism, one of the efforts we wanted to work on is ensuring that all of the boards and committees and members of all of those organizations are being as professional as we expect all of our staff to be. This isn't to say that there's ever been an issue or a question, but just as we keep ratcheting up our expectations for staff, we're ratcheting up our expectations for those who serve in other capacities on behalf of the county. All of these spaces, these boards and committees, are essentially workspaces of the county. And so we expect that no different than if this was during regular business hours in one of our regular offices, that the same level of expectation of customer service, professionalism, and integrity would be happening here as they do everywhere else in the organization. And so that's why the county board adopted the code of conduct policy. And we sent out 2 trainings then in October asking all of our board and committee members to go through those. One is very similar to what the Code of Ethics is now changed as an electronic form, to go out and just basically read the policy, acknowledge it, and sign off so that we can track to make sure that everyone understands the rules and expectations. And then the second one is the county's workplace, respect in the workplace training. Again, you are all here as citizens, but by being on these committees, you are representatives of the county and the organization. And so, again, expecting that everyone is aware of the right types of behavior and everything else that goes along with representing the county. That training takes, on average, between 15 and 45 minutes, depending on people's technology skills or the speed of the internet they have. And again, I see that half of you have completed that. I'm going to encourage the rest of you to complete that in the near future if you can. We're now working through going for all of those new members across all the county's boards and committees who were just appointed in January, hoping to clean them up, as well as all the rest of the outstanding folks in the next 4 to 6 weeks to get all of those trainings completed. We also are going to be launching a couple of new trainings later this quarter. As part, again, of continuing professionalism, we have partnered with St. Cloud Technical College to develop 2 trainings to, again, provide a benchmark or a baseline of understanding for all the people who serve on our committees, because you all come from many different walks of life and have different paths and different knowledge about different subjects. And so just to try to give everyone who serves in our committees a kind of a baseline in terms of what it means to serve on a committee and how committees operate and how they function, we're developing 2 short courses on one, which is best practices for how to run a committee. And Madam Chair, I would say that you are running the committee very well. I'm very impressed with how the meeting's flowing so far. And then the second one is a short course on the fundamentals of Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is a very large and complex topic and could go on for a very long time, but we want everyone to at least know what the very basics are in terms of how to handle motions and some of the orders of personal privilege, personal calling questions, and some of those pieces. So again, that no matter where you go, if you're a citizen and you're going before a committee or a commission or a board, that you know that everyone's been trained to the same standard and the same expectation of customer service is there. Excuse me. I'm open for any questions or any concerns that people have regarding any of these trainings.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask a question. Is the county going to send out some reference information? Because a lot of the questions on the tests or the things weren't ever addressed in any meeting, and we're just randomly selecting answers as far as the correct procedure.
I think I know the question you're referencing. I believe I saw one of the emails that you had maybe shared with Troy, our HR expert who handles our online education system. We've had very few questions on that specific topic, but yes, we have been working on a handout that we can provide. We are also going to have a short handout on the Robert's Rules of Order to provide so people have a reference when they're not, looking at the training too.
Steve, Dennis Gregory, I would add on to Mike's comment, and the training, the resources were not, in my view, adequate to handle the questions that were being asked. The questions also were very much directed at an employee versus a citizen member of a committee. And so it seems to me there ought to be two different tests, one for a team member of Stearns County and one for a member of a committee. I think that would be more helpful. And then lastly, I would just say that the way the questions were laid out and the way the training was laid out had some opportunities, I think, to be improved. If you get a part of the question right, it would be good to at least acknowledge that so that it would lead to learning versus frustration. And so I think there's some opportunities and challenges. So I'm one of the ones that hasn't finished. Frankly, time is very limited for members of committees like this. We have other lives that we have to take, to handle. And so I think it needs to be something that's a very positive experience, a very good learning experience, versus, as Mike alluded to, kind of a guessing game to get through the questions.
And again, I want to thank you for bringing that up. And this is the first course that we have launched for an audience of pardon the phrase, regular employees for our volunteers across the organization. Again, there's a wide number of you. And it's a learning curve, I will admit that. And you're right that we want these to be a positive learning experience. Not everyone's going to know all the answers right away, and that's a given. And this should be, as you go through the course and take the little quiz questions, it should be a learning experience, even if you do get it wrong. And you're right, if you don't know which ones you got right or got wrong, that would be a problem. So I thank you for that, and we are trying to fix that.
Good, thank you.
Board members, is there anyone that is unsure whether they completed it or not? If there is, you don't need to tell me now publicly, but just contact one of the county staff members, and they'd be able to find out for you whether you have completed that training that was done back in October or not, if you're unsure.
And I will be working with departments and our HR specialist who's master of the system to get updated records out to let everyone know where they stand on the training and to help get them through it and complete it.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
All right. If there are no other questions, again, I want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything you do, and good luck for the rest of your year. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, then we're going to move on to item number 1. What is to consider a request from Rodney and Jennifer Martin of Sauk Center, Minnesota. Yes.
Excuse me, on the agenda, there was also the code of ethics for all members. Are we going to cover that, or is that moved to the end?
The code of ethics, I believe, is coming out electronically to you.
Okay, it was just on the agenda, so that's why I brought it up. I wasn't sure if we were going to discuss it.
Yeah, no, it's coming out electronically, will be distributed to all board members. Could staff comment on that? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I was just about to leave when I heard the question, and yes, our administration is working. We've changed that from a paper file to an electronic form that will be sent out to each Board of Commission member's email. It's in a format where you just fill it in like a PDF file, and when you sign it, it'll automatically go back then to county administration.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
will we be addressing the minutes from previous meetings?
And we will, but that will be at the end of the agenda.
All right.
Okay. So we will move back then to our first application for this evening, is to consider a request from Rodney and Jennifer Martin of Sauk Center, Minnesota, from section 6.7.5D of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a feedlot structure that is less than 50 feet from the property line. The said ordinance requires a 50-foot property line setback for an animal feedlot that is registered for 10 animal units or more. The affected property is 158.04 acres of the northwest quarter, less the north 290 feet of the east 290 feet of the north 290 feet of the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of section 23. Track 125 north and range 35 west of Raymond Township, and the property address is 35044 of County Road 18, Sauk Center, Minnesota. And Rodney and Jennifer, are you with us this evening?
Yeah, this is Rodney. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And we will be back to you then in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
If we could have the staff report on this request.
Yep, Madam Chair, members of the board, I will go through the staff report. So as stated, this is a request to construct a new feedlot structure 14 feet from a property line. Stearns County Ordinance 439 requires a 50-foot property line setback from an animal feedlot that is registered for 10 or more animal units. Some background about the property is it's currently 158.04 acres in section 23 in Raymond Township that's zoned A160. The applicant is proposing a 35-foot by 320-foot addition, which is number 6 on the feedlot footprint map, also in your packet, to the east side of the existing freestall barn, which is identified with the number 1 on it on that same map. This addition will be 14 feet from the east property line. Road access to the property is from County Road 18. The property setback of 14 feet is a 72% deviation from the 50-foot property line setbacks in Ordinance 439. The feedlot on the parcel was originally registered via Minnesota Pollution Control Agency MPCA feedlot permit on September 22nd, 1999 for 281 animal units. In 2004, a 60-foot by 100-foot addition was permitted by Stearns County to the main freestall barn, labeled number 1 on the feedlot footprint map. This was permitted without the need for a variance because the request did not further encroach than the existing structure to the east property line, which is identified in section 5.1.4F1A in the ordinance. A site inspection was conducted by staff on September 22nd, 2020, and the feedlot was compliant for water quality discharge standards. The site at the time was not compliant for mineral application records and for no perimeter fence or berm sidewalls at least 5 feet tall surrounding the earth and liquid manure storage area known as the LMSA as required by Minnesota Chapter 7020 and the engineered plans for the LMSA as well. Completed manure land application records were submitted by the applicant on January 14th of 2021, and the facility returned to compliance for manure record keeping. Staff is working with the county attorney's office and the landowner to have a signed legally binding agreement with Stearns County to correct said violations prior to the scheduled hearing date of January 20th, 2021. This is to comply with Section 2.4 of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439. Just because I will note to clarify that that is for the giving the applicant time to construct the perimeter fence or berms around the LMSA. That was actually received, signed in our office today. And so that is going to the recorder's office as well today, and it will be recorded tomorrow. So we did meet the requirements of that bullet item in regards to the packet here. The applicant received the township signature on the feedlot permit application. The township indicated a building permit was issued, which was permit number 2112, and that a variance resolution number 2020-02 was issued at the November 24th, 2020 township meeting. These documents were submitted via email to the department on November 25th of 2020. Per the memorandum of understanding, which is known as the MOU with Raymond Township, the variance for an existing feedlot shall be heard and decided on by the county. The surrounding parcels are all zoned A160. Alternatives to this request is to construct the feedlot addition to meet the 50-foot property line setback to adhere to the Stearns County ordinance, or construct the feedlot addition that does not further encroach to any setbacks that existing structures are constructed at. Raymond Township, North Fork, Crow River Watershed District, Sauk Center Herald, Bonanza Valley Voice, Cold Spring Record, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. Including in your packet is the staff analysis, and then the alternatives and recommendations, conditions as well listed out. And that's all I have at this time, Madam Chair and Board. And I, up to this evening, I have not received any correspondence in regards to this application.
Okay, thank you. If the applicant could share with us their thoughts at this time, and if you can say your name and address at the beginning of your comments.
Rodney Martin, 35044 County Road 18, Sauk Center, Minnesota, 56378. I guess we're just planning on wanting to add on to the east side of our barn there to put heifers in to raise our young stock. One thing I will say, it does say 35 feet by 320, and it's actually supposed to be 35 feet by 415. So that was not written in there correctly. Other than that, I don't have any other comments, I guess.
Okay, I have a question then for staff. With that change in the size of the building, as long as it didn't affect the what it's encroaching on the property line, would that have any effect on the public notice?
Madam Chair, members of the board, it should not. That width would be staying the same. So with that length change, we would be staying within the same requested distance along that whole property line. I know also in the packet, they had submitted a survey. So if you look at the survey, it does not show the actual addition on it. It shows where the current structure is. So on the north half, it's approximately 49.5 feet from the property line, and on the bottom is 40 feet. So with that 35-foot distance minus the 49 feet on the bottom. Sorry, I want to correct myself. So it's 49 on the south end of the barn, and the current building is 49.5 on the north end of the current structure from the property line. So the applicant took the 35 width minus the 49, which is the closest part of the barn on the south end, and that was the request for the 14 feet. So the length changing should not change this current request or any public noticing.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for the applicant. Could he give me just what his estimate of the width of that that service road that goes out to the windmill? What would be the approximate width of that service road?
I would say it's 25 to 30 feet.
Thank you. Other questions from board members to either staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, thank you for mentioning the windmill lane. I wasn't able to make it to the site. Could someone indicate on the aerial view where that windmill location is, please?
Well, the windmill location would be to the south of the, quite a ways south of the building.
Be southeast, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on the map right now that staff has up on the screen, it's kind of hard to see, but that is probably the one that zoomed out the most. So as you can see, if you follow along the blue line on the east side of the property line, about halfway down, you'll see the windmill there.
Okay, thank you. Do we know who owns the windmill, and does whoever owns it, do they have required widths for their maintenance equipment or clearance that they require?
Madam Chair and staff, I do not have that information, and so I don't know if Rodney would know that or not, but I do not as staff. So,
Madam Chair, this is Angie Berg from Environmental Services. Related to that question, I think Bethy Jo is right. That would be up to the applicant. That would be a separate contract or lease that they have. The county does not have setbacks from wind turbines on the same parcel for structures. So that would be a lease or contract issue or agreement that the Martins would need to answer for you.
Is the windmill on the neighboring property, though?
I know that service road is on the neighboring property, so I would assume that the windmill would also be. Is that correct, Mr. Martin?
Yes, that is correct. The windmill is on the neighboring property.
And I'll mention the reason I asked about the width of that road is when we're looking at a 50-foot setback, the reason we have that 50-foot setback is so that we aren't interfering with the operation of the neighboring property. And my thought was if it's 14 feet plus, you're looking at the width of that road, that you're having that building there is probably not going to interfere with that road, and it's going to kind of put a buffer between the Martin property and the farmland on the neighboring property.
And I don't know about this particular situation, maybe Mr. Martin does, but typically when a wind tower is on a piece of property, the easement is on the property. The easement to get to that wind tower is on the property that it's located on. And so if the equipment needed to be wider, it would be up to that landowner, not Mr. Martin. But maybe Mr. Martin has some comments on that.
Yes, I think you're correct. The easement to get to that wind tower is not on our property.
And I heard Jill indicate that she had not been able to visit the property. Is there any other board members that were not able to visit the property? Okay, hearing none, we'll assume that the rest were able to visit the property. Other questions and comments for either the applicant or for staff?
Madam Chair, this is Angie Berg. Not to complicate the wind turbine issue, but we do have setbacks from non-participating property owners, and it's based on the size of the wind turbine and also depending on the height of the turbine. And my understanding would be this is a pre-existing turbine, but I would need to look into that more, and we would have to know the height of the turbine to know how far, what the setback would be.
Okay, do we, Angie, would that cause us a problem here that we need that information before we can make a decision, or?
I would ask, Madam Chair, if Bethy Jo or others who have been out there, does anybody know how far, or maybe it's on the survey, how far would the turbine be from the proposed barn location? Do we have an idea on that?
I could look quick. I could pull up my ARC map and get a rough estimate if you would like.
Okay, that would be
Angie?
helpful.
Okay.
And just one other piece of information, the barn that's there is 455 feet long, and the addition is 415 feet long. And so, unless Mr. Martin corrects me here, if you start at the north end and go 415 feet, the original barn will be closer to the windmill than the addition will be.
Yes, you are correct on that.
Yes, and I do see that, Madam Chair, Dennis and Mr. Martin, I do see that as well. This is a curveball that obviously I wasn't anticipating this question. So again, we would have to take a look at, I don't believe that there's no further encroachment from a wind turbine to an animal feedlot. This is something that I cannot answer for you on the fly tonight. But Madam Chair, what you could do is you could continue to hold your hearing, answer questions, and you, if you so chose to approve the variance, you could do that with the condition that all other setbacks, including setbacks from the neighboring wind turbine, are met. And that would give us time to deal with the situation. If for some reason they needed to come back for a variance from that wind turbine, I would have to check with Shelley Benson, but we could probably work with them on the fees for that.
Okay, I think, that probably would be a good way to go so that the Martins can have an answer this evening. Any other questions or comments from board members or staff?
I was going to say I did a rough measurement from the current number 1 barn, the southeast corner, to the bottom of that wind turbine, and it's about 700 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Becky Schlorf, she's watching. I don't know, Becky, if you're on. I would appreciate you commenting on this. I'm getting an instant message from her saying that there are no setbacks from a wind turbine to a feedlot.
Well, okay, that answers that question, I guess, then. Okay.
That's what I'm hearing.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Jacob Buckle, second.
Anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Hearing none, we'll go, therefore, the public hearing is closed, and we are ready for findings. And I'm just going to mention to board members, if you see me get up from my chair and move around, I'm in this meeting room by myself, and it has automatic light dimming or turning the lights off if there's no motion. So I periodically have to get up and move so the lights don't go out on me. So if you're wondering why I'm kind of squirming around.
Can we laugh if
item-
I do a little dance?
If I do a little dance to get the lights to come back on. All right. So item number 1 on findings of fact. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, it's zoned A160 and expansion and feedlots are allowed on A160.
All right. We have a yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 1? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous. Yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that yes, it will be in harmony with the general purposes of the controls, as it sounds like they wanted this much of a distance from the property line in order to not impact the adjoining property. It sounds like the adjoining property, they more than likely won't be building buildings next to the property line, as they have that easement specifically to access the windmill. So it sounds like it will still fit with the general purposes of that ordinance.
All right, we have a yes for number 2. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 2? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I would say that yes, it is. Under agricultural goals number 3, retain areas with highly valued agricultural land or economically viable animal agriculture operations, as the applicant stated that they believe by building this lean-to on an existing barn, they are able to save their existing agricultural land.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with yes for 3? All right, then we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, yes, the property owner is proposing to use, as Jill mentioned, property that is not prime farmland now, and expanding their operation to raise heifers, which is part of their agricultural operation.
Okay, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm not sure. I haven't really heard anything that was specific to the property that wasn't created by the landowner. So I'm not sure on this one.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would agree with Jill. I'm not entirely sure either, but given the current location of the barn, of the house, of the manure pit, the only logical place to put this addition is on the east side of the property. And so I do think it is unique to the property as it currently stands.
And I also would like to add to that, I think just having that easement road there adds a buffer to the actual farmland, to having any effect on the farmland. So I think that road there actually is an asset to reducing the setback. All right, so we have a yes for number 5. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 5? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6 is the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I don't believe the character of the surrounding 160 agricultural land will be changed by adding a heifer barn.
Okay, we have a yes for number 6. Anyone disagree? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no? Well, I would say when looking at the property, it's a logical place to put this barn. When you look at the where the house and the rest of the buildings are, it is logical to want to attach it to a current barn that's used for livestock. We have one yes for number 7. Is there anyone that disagrees with that? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. We're now ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for a variance to construct a new feedlot structure 14 feet from the property line. And I don't believe we need any conditions related to the windmill.
All right, thank you. We
Madam
have a
Chair,
motion.
Mike Kane, I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Mike. I will do a roll call of the remaining members. Jill,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
and I also will vote yes. And I've marked Dave off for all of our applications this evening as he is absent. So motion carries for this application. Thank you to the Martins for being here with us this evening. All right, our next item on the agenda is to consider a request from Jason and Maureen Johnson of Mound, Minnesota from section 6.2.1P of Table M of the Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance 422 to place a septic tank, lift tank, and subsurface soil treatment area that do not meet the required setback to the ordinary high water level of Lake Maria, classified as a recreational development lake. The said ordinance requires a setback of at least 75 feet from the OHWL for placement of a septic tank and lift tanks, and requires a setback of at least 100 feet from the OHWL of the placement of a subsurface soil treatment area on lakes classified as recreational development. The affected property is Lot 7 of Tufts North Shore Lots, Section 5, Track 121 North, Range 28 West of Fairhaven Township, and the property address is 5365 Brookfield Road, South Haven, Minnesota. And are the Johnsons with us this evening? Are the Johnsons with us this evening?
Bonnie, they are. Their audio doesn't appear to be working.
All right, is that something we think we can repair, or do we need to just go ahead?
Bonnie, go ahead with the staff report, and I will have them disconnect and reconnect.
Okay, thank you. All right, if the, first of all, could I is there anyone that was not able to visit the site?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I was not able to visit the site.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you. If staff could go ahead and give us their report.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopf, Stearns County Environmental Services. The applicants currently own Lot 7 of Tufts North Shore Lots, which they purchased in 2019. As a part of the property sale, they required compliance inspection of the existing subsurface sewage treatment system for the property transfer was mailed to the applicants in December of 2019, with the second notice mailed in November of 2020. The applicants have submitted the design for a new subsurface sewage treatment system that would place a system between the ordinary high water level of the lake and the existing structure on the lot. The design calls for placing the septic tank, lift tank, and subsurface soil treatment area 63 feet from the ordinary high water level of Lake Marie. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Lake Marie, is in floodplain, and Lake Marie is on the impaired waters list for aquatic recreation. The property is zoned R1 The status of the current subsurface sewage treatment system is unknown, and the applicants know that a septic system upgrade will be required. The alternative to the requested variance would be to meet the required setback to the ordinary high water level of Lake Marie. Fairhaven Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Clearwater River Watershed District, the Chain of Lakes Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and we have received no correspondence regarding this request.
Okay, thank you. Do we have audio with the Johnsons yet? Okay, I'm assuming then that we don't have audio with the Johnsons yet. Do we have contact with them via a phone with a staff member?
Bonnie, they are disconnecting from the meeting and they'll be reconnecting here in a minute.
All right, we will just hang on here a minute then, and
if you wanted to, your next folks on the agenda are up and ready. We could.
All right.
Dave,
So
is that okay with you?
Okay, do we anticipate how long it'll be before the Johnsons are back up, or? All right, let's go ahead.
Give it a couple seconds here.
Okay, and if we don't have them within just a reasonable amount of time, we'll go ahead with the next one and just move them down the agenda.
Madam Chair, this is Angie Berg. I see them shaking their head and still on the call, so I think we should move on to the next item until we can get them back.
All right, we will do that. The public hearing is open and will remain open until we receive connection with the Johnsons. So our next item on the agenda is to consider a request from Betty Trebesh, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, and Patrick Zupfer, from New Ulm, Minnesota, from sections 10.2.11A1A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439, and from section 6.2.1P, Table M, of the Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance 422, to construct an addition onto the existing residential accessory structure to convert into a year-round residential dwelling that will not meet the required structural setback of the OHWL of Cedar Island Lake, classified as a recreational development lake, and said addition and attached garage does not meet the required structural setback to the existing soil treatment area serving the property. The said ordinance requires additions to be constructed at least 100 feet from the OHWL of lakes classified as recreational development, and requires the structures be constructed at least 20 feet from soil treatment areas. The affected property is 0.58 acres of part of the Government Lot 1, Section 31, Tract 123 North, Range 30 West of Wakefield Township, and the property address is 18903 of Cedar Lake Road, Richmond, Minnesota. And is our applicant with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good, thank you. And we'll be back to you in just a minute. If the staff then could give us an overview of this application.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler, Stearns County Environmental Services. The applicants own a legal non-conforming tract of record that was purchased in 2015. On this tract is a legal non-conforming seasonal residential dwelling constructed in 1958 per the assessor's records, water-oriented accessory structure and detached residential accessory structure constructed in 2003 by a previous owner with a valid construction site permit. However, since the detached residential accessory structure is 2 stories and has living space, this structure has been determined to be an illegal non-conforming structure based on size and use. The applicants purchased the property with the structure being used and constructed as it stands at this time. The subsurface sewage treatment system on the property was installed in 2001 and is sized for 3 bedrooms. The seasonal residential dwelling is located wholly within the floodplain of Cedar Island Lake and is in the shore impact zone. The structure is in need of foundation repairs per the owner. The residential accessory structure is a non-conforming structure, as these structures are not allowed to be used as a residential dwelling unit and exceeds the sidewall and building height on lots that are sized between 0.5 and 0.99 acres in lot area for residential accessory structures. The existing subsurface sewage treatment area is approximately 1 foot from the accessory structure. The applicants are proposing to remove the existing legal non-conforming seasonal residential dwelling and add a 30 by 54 foot addition on the existing non-conforming residential accessory structure, which would then be the only residential dwelling on the property. The proposed addition would be approximately 12 feet from the existing subsurface soil treatment area. The proposed addition would be located in partially in the floodplain and subject to the performance standards for construction in the floodplain. The addition would be approximately 62 feet from the ordinary high water level of Cedar Island Lake. A building line cannot be established, as the property that is adjacent to the east is a 20-foot wide access lot. The applicants have received a variance from the road setback requirement from Cedar Island Lake Road for the change of residential accessory structure to attached garage residential dwelling, and an encroachment agreement for a portion of the subsurface soil treatment area being in the right-of-way of Cedar Island Lake Road on October 1st of 2020. Also, the applicants entered into an abatement agreement with Wakefield Township for the removal of the existing seasonal residential dwelling on the lot by June 1st of 2022. This would bring the property into compliance, as only 1 residential dwelling will be on the tract. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Cedar Island Lake, is partially in floodplain, and Cedar Island Lake is on the impaired waters list for aquatic consumption and aquatic recreation. The property is in an R1 zoning district. The subsurface sewage treatment system on the property is compliant per compliance inspection P-017039, completed on October 12th, 2020, and is sized for 3 bedrooms. The current impervious lot coverage is approximately 6,449 square feet, or 21.2% of the lot. The proposed impervious lot coverage is approximately 6,001 square feet, or 19.8% of the lot. Wakefield Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Sauk River Watershed District, the Sauk River Chain of Lakes Lake Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. We did receive 1 letter in response to this request, and it was in support of the requested variance. And then staff would ask how many members made it out to the site.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I was not able to make it to the site today, or this month.
Okay, is there any other members that were not able to go to the site? All right, we'll assume that all of their members, and except Dave, of course, will be listed as attending. Okay, if the applicant could share with us their thoughts.
I would like to have the opportunity to make this addition so that I could live here. Otherwise, there's no place else on the property that I can build, and it makes sense to build onto the existing garage.
Bonnie, you're muted.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for either the applicant or for staff?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, question for the applicant. Greg Berg provided some water mitigation options. Have you reviewed those, and what are your thoughts on those?
By the water mitigation, you're talking about the basin?
Yes, the basin and the gutters and the tile.
And the what?
He also recommended that you consider gutters on the dwelling and a tile to direct the water into the basin.
Yes, those are fine. My only question is about the basin is, what does that consist of?
According to his recommendation, it would be a basin with a minimum of 12 inches in depth and sized appropriately to take on 10% of the impervious surface area.
But that does not mean that it's an open water area, right?
Well, it typically would mean that it's an area that's cut out and to his specifications, a foot depth, so that when you have a heavy rain, that water's running through the gutters, that it has a place to go, so it would hold in there and gradually be soaked into the ground rather than just quickly running into the lake. So it would be a place where excess rainwater could pool until it soaks into the ground.
Above ground, you're saying?
Yes, above ground.
I guess I have a problem with that because I don't believe anybody else has been required to have a basin like this.
Okay, well, basins like this are quite common in us when we're giving, approving requests, just to assure that the water doesn't run so quickly into the lake, taking, a lot of nutrients and things with it that would filter through the ground rather than running directly into the lake. Maybe a staff member could comment on that.
This is Angie Berg, Madam Chair, and I think you're correct. And the Board of Adjustment has been looking at these requests. Was a recommendation that the Board of Adjustment asked our department to look into was, according to state law, when variances are granted in shoreland areas, there's a responsibility that we look at potential mitigation. And so we didn't have a good process or a procedure to follow. And so now what we do is we ask the CWCD to take a look at those properties and offer some recommendations. And as Madam Chair, as you stated, there's been a number of variances this year that you have granted with similar conditions, but certainly it would be up to you, and we would work with the property owner to implement this if that is what the requirement is.
Okay, other comments from the applicant or from board members that have questions?
This Chair, Jason Crone, just a comment. Obviously new to the Board of Adjustment. We understand the purpose of the basins. I think in many cases they are a really good way to mitigate runoff. Knowing this property and what may come up on future, I don't know that it's a huge deal in this particular case. Being very familiar with this area, I'd have a hard time imagining water making it to the lake under the most extreme downpours with this lot, and knowing the sandy soil in that area. So if it's not a condition that's always applied to anything, and again, I don't have this history, I don't know that one makes sense here as much as it would on a different property. So sharing my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Other board members, comments?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong. So I believe one of the reasons why we want to is we also want to improve the lakes, especially folks who are building properties on the lake. We want to improve, reduce pollution, reduce impact of the of humans on the lake. And by having these kind of things, it helps so that if you had a little bit of oil dripping from your vehicle on the driveway, it wouldn't just wash right into the lake. It would instead pool in this basin, and then the ground and the plants in the basin would filter out the oil, so then the water that does make it to the lake is much cleaner and does not pollute it any further. Or that's my understanding of how these kind of stormwater basins or water mitigation techniques, why we want to recommend them in some cases is to help improve the lakes and keep them healthy or make them healthier for years to come. Or at least that's my point of view.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to share something. Patricia Zupfer, co-owner or daughter of applicant Betty Trevish, address 1401 North German Street, New Ulm, Minnesota.
Okay, go ahead, Patricia.
I don't know if they're aware. I mean, it's very hard for this water to run that fast. There's a retaining wall, there's large rocks, let alone Wakefield took the driveway away. So the only driveway that there's going to be and vehicles are going to be parked are going to be up by the existing garage. So there wouldn't be any vehicles per se down by the lower cabin anymore. And like I said, there's a retaining wall and there's lots before it can run off that fast. Plus, I think with a basin, you're adding extra danger as far as children that we would like to have and enjoy on our property.
Madam Chair, this is Angie Berg. I was just going to comment on reading through the SWCD comments, and just to clarify for the members and the applicants, the basin is recommended to be 12 inches in depth. So it would be really just a little dip in the landscape. And the recommendation is that, my understanding of looking at the aerial photo and the map from SWCD is it is where the home is going to be removed from on the shoreline. I think that area was chosen for that reason. And then also because it looks like most of the shoreline is sand and a retaining wall, it doesn't look like there's an opportunity for a buffer, which the Board of Adjustment has also done. So that's my observation. The rest is up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Considering a buffer.
Oftentimes it's recommended that we have a vegetative buffer between the lawn area and the sand area or into the lake area. So it would be undisturbed plants. And it looks like with your property there that you probably mow right up to that retaining wall. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the putting in the retaining pond or the retaining area, I don't want to call it a pond, but that water retention area is one option, since we're probably not able to do a buffer option along the lake without disturbing your lake shore the way you currently use it.
One thing I can say, this is Betty. One thing I can say about the water running here, it doesn't even, at the time, doesn't even run in that direction because of the slope of the land. So I don't believe that's going to gather any rainwater.
Okay, thank you. Other board members, comments, questions? If I don't hear any other comments or questions, are we ready to close the public hearing? Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, so moved to close the public hearing.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Jason Crone, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone opposed of our board members to closing the public hearing? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Any other comments or questions before we go on to findings? Okay, hearing none, we'll go on to the findings of fact. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the property is zoned to R1. Additions are allowed and new construction is allowed in an R1 zoned area.
Okay, we have 1 yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree with yes? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong. I believe it is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls. They're removing a building that's very close to the water. They want to continue using their property, and this is the only location in this current plot of land that makes sense for construction. So they are trying to fit everything as best as they can, and they are improving the land as well by removing that building close to the lake.
All right, we have a yes for number 2. Does anyone disagree with that? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous yes and move on to 3. The variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, under living goals, number 3, to support housing options that give people in all life stages and all economic means a viable choice for safe, suitable housing. I believe it falls under that.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with that?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Jill.
I just would like to make a comment that if we did require the basin, I think it would also fit under the Lakeshore Living Policies, number 6 of the comprehensive plan goals and objectives, to expand mitigation requirements for projects requesting to vary from lake setbacks to preserve the riparian environment and reduce erosion to enhance the water quality. So that is a goal of the whole county. So if we did include that in this, that would be another goal that we would meet.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to comment on this one. I'm thinking, when we get these recommendations from Greg, that we need to look at them as recommendations, not necessarily as requirements. And I'm going to agree with Jason when he talked before about this area, because of the sandy soils, that it really didn't seem like there would be a concern for an erosion problem or for a lot of water reaching the lake. So I'd just like to comment that on number 3. But I do hear yes for number 3 from several members. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 3? I'm hearing none. I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe it is reasonable to expand a residential area or residential home on this property. They're not doing it too big. They're just trying to fit it into a unique piece of property. So I believe it is a reasonable manner.
All right, any other comments on 4? Anyone disagree with 4? All right, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the 100-foot ordinary high water level setback and the 30-foot road setback basically makes this property unbuildable. And so I do think that the landowner has some unique circumstances here that they're dealing with in the best way possible.
All right, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality.
This is Chair Jason Crone. I believe that's a yes. In fact, removing the one building and then creating an overall setback of the building structure further from the lakeshore probably enhances the character.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the economics weren't discussed as a part of this application.
Okay, so we have a yes for number 7. And does anyone disagree with yes for 7? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes, and we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve a variance for the applicant's request to construct an addition onto the existing residential accessory structure and to convert into a year-round residential dwelling, which does not meet the setback from either the soil treatment area or the ordinary high water level. And given the comments on water flow and soil conditions, I would make that motion without any conditions.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve with no conditions. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll do roll call. Jill?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes as well. So we have a unanimous yes. Your motion carries. Thank you for being with us this evening. I'd like to thank the Johnsons for their patience with us. They are, I believe, online now with us. So we will go back to the Johnson application, which was agenda item number 2 originally. Are you with us, Johnsons?
We are. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Wonderful.
Oh, great.
All right. So far, nope. Technology causes concerns and difficulties for all of us, but we'll overcome it.
Yeah,
So far what we have done is we have read the initial application, and then we asked the staff members to read the their input or the update on this application. And basically what they read to us was the first page of the application that you probably received. So you have a copy of that in your hands as to what was already read into the record.
Yes.
So now we are at the point where if you would like to make, and before I go to that, I just want to ask all of our board members, as I can't remember if I asked this or not, if there was anyone that did not see this. I believe.
Bonnie, you went on mute.
She hit mute.
Is there anyone that was not able to be on site here?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I was unable to visit the site.
Okay. So now we'll move on to if the Johnsons would like to give us their comments on their application.
I guess We just have a slight statement that, I think it was already mentioned that we bought this cabin in the fall of 2019, and we'd like to make it a seasonal cabin, but no one has been on the property for over 12 years when we purchased it. And so there was no existing septic whatsoever. So we've been working with a septic designer. It's taken longer than normal, hence why we've had a second request from the county to prove that that we're up to code. It was delayed quite a bit this summer, I believe because of COVID, but we really want to be in full. We would like to make this something that we can use seasonally, so we're not trying to evade something. So this is what we would like to be proposing to do. If everyone's seen the site, the terrain north of the cabin is quite steep, and so as well as multiple wells up there. So this is the proposal that we came up with our septic designer.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from the board members for either staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, a couple of questions for the applicant. The shallow well, what is the purpose of that shallow well?
The shallow well is what actually will serve the cabin for water.
Okay, and then the deep well, which is looks like it's right in the corner of the property. What is that? What is the purpose of the deep well?
The deep well is actually connecting to our neighbor cabin. It's not actually connected to ours, so it's so when we had the survey done to locate the property lines, there was a surprise to us and our neighbors that that well was on our property and not their property.
Okay, and then my last question is, so you indicated there's no current sewage treatment system. Was the outhouse being used? Was that the facility that was being used, or was there some other mechanism that you were using?
Well, we haven't been using it. That's the outhouse is what was there with the previous property, like the previous building. It came with the property. We didn't put it there.
So just for clarification, so you just have not been using the residence at all in this interim period?
We've been visiting it during the day for short visits, and then the neighbors next door have offered us to use their restroom if we needed to.
Okay.
They've been really gracious in letting us, helping us with what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, additional questions?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I guess the concern I have is I'm worried about the placement of a septic being so close to the lake. And if the septic were put, I was not able to visit the site. So if the septic were put on this steep area to the north part of the site, is there a risk that that would contaminate the wells that are existing there?
Bonnie Mossman, this is, I believe, from looking at the diagrams, from north of where the house where the current house is, I'm not sure if there is space from the setbacks of the wells in order to put it anywhere. Am I correct with that?
Board, Dave Knopfler with Stearns County Environmental Services. So the setback from the existing shallow well on the property is 100 feet. And if you look at the design picture that is up, you can see the dotted line kind of by the arrow and then all the way around. So for that well to, or for the system to be set back at least 100 feet from the well, the well on the property, it needs to be in that location.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. That makes it a lot more visible to me why you aren't recommending putting it on that north side. Thank you.
And I have a question for Dave. When I visited the site, just because of the snow being there and the steepness of it, I wasn't able to go to the lake side of where the cabin would be. Is the reason that the septic system there is that far away from the house, is that because of the setback from the house, or is it because of the contour of the property? You know, I'm looking, it looks like there would be some area to move closer to the house, but maybe the topography wouldn't allow that. Can you comment?
And Madam Chair, the reason I believe that it was placed there just by looking at the contours is it is a pressure bed that they're proposing for the new drain field. And because it's a pressure bed, the maximum amount of slope you can have to install a pressure bed would be 6%. And I believe that where it's located is about the flattest spot on that lot.
Okay, thank you. I kind of thought that from looking at the contour lines on the diagrams. Other questions?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for staff. Can I get some background on why there's this 75 feet setback? So specifically, you know, what is the concern of having the septic being less than 75 feet of the ordinary high water line?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so it just depends on the lake classification. So for a general development lake, the tank setback would be 50 feet. What the setbacks are, again, trying to protect the water body, but again, it would be something that if it's less than 50 feet away from the lake, there is a possibility that it could impact the lake. But for the drain field, if it needs to be 50 feet away from a well, and the well is greater than 50 feet in depth, but if it's a shallow well, and I'm just doing how setbacks are corresponding. So if it's a shallow well and it's less than 50 feet in depth, it needs to be 100 feet away. So it just depends on the level of contamination or how clean that water can get before it gets to the water body or in a well.
Thank you. Any other questions before we close the public hearing? Hearing none, are we ready for a motion to close the public hearing?
Dennis Gregory, so moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mike Haynes, second.
All right, we have a motion or a second on that motion. Is there anyone that is not in favor of closing the public hearing? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed, and we'll move on to the findings. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, R1 zoned septic systems are allowed in a residential area.
All right, we have a yes for number 1. Anyone disagree with that? And we'll mark it as unanimous, yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jason Crone, I believe that's a yes, based on it being probably in the most logical spot you could put it, considering that property. And it's the purpose is to keep it away from the water as much as you can, and I think that's been done considering what they have to work with.
Okay. All right, does anyone have the specific goals or objectives that we can refer to for number 2 for the record?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would offer living goals, number 2, to manage the impacts of growth and development in a county's rural character and natural resources, with emphasis on natural resources.
All right, thank you. So we have a yes for number 2 from Jason. So is there anyone that is opposed to yes for number 2? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would again point to living goals number 2, again, managing the impact on natural resources.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, we'll mark it as unanimous, yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe it's reasonable to want a working bathroom in your seasonal cabin.
All right, we have a yes for number 4. Anyone disagree? We'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Well, I would say due to the location of the wells and the topography of the property and the size of the property, this really is the only location that a drain field could be placed. So I believe it is unique to the property. Does anyone have additional comments or disagree? Hearing none, I will mark that as yes. Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the variance application, if granted, will not change the essential character of the locality.
And I believe, in fact, probably improve it because now we will have a septic system where one did not previously exist. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 6? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous, yes. And number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic concerns, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I don't think economics were part of this discussion.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that economics were part of the discussion, as it's in the application. They did mention that if they had to put the sewage treatment system on the north side, it would involve costing a lot of money to move those wells, but I believe it's not solely due to economics.
Bonnie, you're muted.
All right, thank you. So does anyone have any other comments in regard to number 7? Any disagreement? All right, so we will mark that as a unanimous yes for number 7. We are now ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the variance request from the applicant to place a septic tank, lift tank, and subsurface sewage treatment area 63 feet from the ordinary high water level of Lake Murray.
All right, do we have a second on that motion?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I second.
All right, and I'll do roll call for the remainder. Mike?
Yes.
Dave, or excuse me, Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes as well. So your motion carries. Thank you for being with us this evening, and thank you for your patience with working out the technology. We're glad that we were able to make it work for everybody this evening.
Likewise, and thank you so much.
All right, we are moving on to item number 4 on our agenda. Is to consider a request from Amy Eisenshank and Kurt Bertram of Richmond, Minnesota, from sections 10.2.11A1A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a deck that does not meet the required structural setback to the ordinary high water level of Cedar Island, Kettner Lake, classified as a recreational development lake. The said ordinance requires a structural setback of at least 100 feet from the OHWL of lakes classified recreational development. The affected property is Lot 6, Block 1, the Singing Hills, Section 30, Track 123 North, Range 30 West of Wakefield Township. The property address is 19162 of Faywood Court, Richmond, Minnesota. And is the applicant with us?
Yes, we're here.
Oh, wonderful. Glad we didn't have any additional technical problems. Okay, we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. If the staff member could give us, oh, excuse me, before we move on to that, is there anyone that was not able to visit this site?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I was not able to visit.
All right, thank you. Then we will assume everyone else was there. And now we'll move on to staff to give us an overview of this request.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler, Stearns County Environmental Services. The applicants own Lot 6, Block 1, the Singing Hills, which they purchased in 2013. The lot area is approximately 32,942 square feet per the certificate of survey. On the property, there is a year-round 3-bedroom single-family residential dwelling, detached residential accessory structure that was constructed in 1978, and a deck that was constructed with a variance in 2005 by a previous owner of the lot. The applicants are proposing to construct an addition to the existing residential dwelling that will add a second story over part of the existing structure and a 2-story addition with attached garage. The proposed additions will meet all setback requirements. The applicants are proposing to construct a 13-foot by 38-foot deck on the east side of the residential dwelling that would be approximately 87 feet from the ordinary high water level of the lake. The applicants would be removing the deck that is located on the north side of the residential dwelling. The applicants also received permission from Wakefield Township to increase the size of the existing subsurface sewage treatment system, and the design has been completed. The increase in size is required as a residential dwelling, with proposed additions would go from a 3-bedroom to 4-bedroom home. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Cedar Island Lake, is not located in floodplain, and Cedar Island Ketter Lake is on the list, prepared waters list for aquatic consumption and aquatic recreation. The property is in an R1 zoning district. The subsurface sewage treatment system on the property is compliant per compliance inspection P-017865, issued on November 9, 2020. The current impervious lot coverage is approximately 11.5%, and the proposed impervious lot coverage would be approximately 14.2%. The alternative to the requested variance would be to decrease the size of the proposed deck to meet the required structural setback to the ordinary high water level of the lake. Wakefield Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Sauk River Watershed District, the Sauk River Chain of Lakes Lake Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and we have received no correspondence concerning this request.
All right, thank you. An applicant, if you'd like to share with us your thoughts.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything covered. Yeah, just that we are getting rid of the, making the deck essentially today how it's structured, shrinking that down from the one side.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
That's all.
Okay, I have a question for staff. When it talks about the alternative request would be to decrease the size of the proposed deck, with the house being currently at, I think, at the maximum setback, am I correct? Would there be a possibility of even putting a deck on that would meet the OHWL requirement?
Madam Chair, members of the board, they would have to make the decks not as wide, and if we could get a different, the aerial or the certificate of survey view. So they would have to cut off. So they would have to cut off. You can see the 100-foot setback line.
Okay, so that would be approximately about half of what they're proposing. They would have to eliminate.
It would be, well, the part of the deck that is close to the property line on the south or on the east, that part of the deck is being removed.
Okay.
And the proposed deck is just going flush with the house.
Okay, so, all right, I understand now. Thank you.
Mrs. Chair, Jason Crone, a question for staff. If I'm looking at this right, the new proposed deck would actually be further off of the shoreline than the existing deck that's going to be removed. If you look basically at an angle across the neighbor's property, is that accurate? Am I looking at that correctly?
Madam Chair, Jason, yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Other questions that members might have?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, same question as before for Kurt and Amy. Did they review the suggested or recommended water mitigation plan by the Sauk Water District? And what are their thoughts on that plan?
Yes, I believe it. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but basically adding more buffer. So if basically where there's currently there's some mowed area, we would just let all of that grow in.
And so the recommendation, Kurt, is a 30-foot landward buffer area with a 50-foot opening for access to the lake. Your further thoughts on whether that is agreeable to you or not would be appreciated.
Yeah, we would agree doing that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions before we close the public hearing? Okay, do we have a motion to close?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, so moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Jason Crone seconds.
All right, is there anyone that is not in favor of closing the public hearing? Hearing none, the meeting is now closed. I will move to the findings of fact. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, it's a R1 zone district, and additions and new construction are allowed in R1 zone.
All right, we have a yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree with that? We'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong. I believe that it would be in harmony with the general purposes of the controls. They're removing a deck that's closer and building a deck that's a little bit farther away. So I believe that they are still keeping in mind trying to stay back from the lake as much as possible.
So we have a yes for number 2. Anyone disagree with that? We'll mark that as unanimous yes. The variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would say yes. Living goals number 3, to support housing options that give people in all life stages and economic means viable choices for safe, stable, and affordable homes.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe it is reasonable to want a deck on your property in an R1 zone.
All right, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree? We'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the applicants are putting an addition on an existing house, and they're actually removing a previous deck. So those were existing conditions, and they're only making it better.
All right, so we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, we'll make that unanimous yes. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, they're taking a deck off of Lakeshore property and putting a different deck on the Lakeshore property. It will not change the character at all.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Anyone disagree? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I believe it does have, involves more than economic considerations.
I would agree. Does anyone disagree with number 7 as yes? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous yes, and we are now ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the variance request by the applicants to place a 13 by 38 foot deck approximately 87 feet from the ordinary high water level of Cedar Island or Ketter Lake, with a condition that the applicants install, as recommended, a native plant buffer at least 15 feet landward. Certainly they can go further if they choose. At least 15 feet landward with a 50-foot open area.
All right, and just to clarify, that those are native grass, native plants, not necessarily just letting the lawn grow. Is that correct?
Yes, so the recommendation, the only thing I'm changing in Greg Berg's recommendation is allowing the applicant to go 1/2 the distance, 15 feet, and if they choose, they can go further to the 30 feet.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and with one condition. Do I hear someone chiming in?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'll second that motion.
Oh, go ahead, Jill.
All right. Jill is seconding. And I just want to make sure that the applicant understands that the condition means that they are then required to put those native plants in within 15 feet of the lake.
Yep, we agree.
Okay, all right. And we have a motion and a second, so now I will do a roll call. Mike?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And see, Jen, and I am also a yes, so motion carries. And thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, may I request a 5-minute break, please?
Certainly. So we will reconvene at, well, let's see, 5 minutes, let's say exactly 8:30, we will convene. Move on to agenda number 5. Okay, we are ready to be back. I'll just do a quick roll call just to check to make sure that we have all of our members back. Dennis?
Here.
Jill?
Here.
Mike?
Here.
Jake?
Here.
And Jason?
Yes.
Okay, we're all back from our recess. And let's see, here we go. Our next request. Just a minute. Oh, just a second. I moved my paperwork, so I gotta move it back. Here it is to consider a request from Watab Loon Properties LLC and being Roger and Carol Klophocky owners of the Cold Spring, Minnesota, from sections 9.9.9A3, 10.2.11A2, 10.2.11A4A, and 10.2.11A5 of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to place a residential dwelling less than the required structural setback to the right-of-way of the platted private road, to place a deck that does not meet the average building line setback to the OHWL of Big Watab Lake, classified as a recreational development lake, and to place a residential dwelling and residential accessory structure in a bluff impact zone and not meeting the required structural setback to the top of the bluff. The said ordinance requires that structural setback of at least 30 feet from a plotted right-of-way of a private road, requires structures, decks, to meet the average building line setback to the OHWL of lakes classified as recreational development, and does not allow for structures to be placed in the bluff impact zones, and requires a structural setback of at least 30 feet from the top of a bluff. The affected property is part of the government Lot 2 and part of Lot 10, Lot 11, Lot 12, and part of Lot 13 of Johnson's Lake Shore lots, Sections 21, Track 124 North, Range 30 West of Collegeville Township. And the property address is 16702 Jasper Lane, Cold Spring, Minnesota. And are the Klophockies with us this evening?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Okay, good. We'll be back to you in just a moment. First of all, could I hear from members, is there anyone that was not able to visit the site?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I was not able to visit the site.
Okay, we have everyone else making a visit there. Thank you. Then if we could have the staff member please give us an overview of this application.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler, Stearns County Environmental Services. The applicants own a tract of land that was created by administrative subdivision in 2016. The total lot area of the tract is approximately 40,410 square feet in lot area. The tract has a legal non-conforming seasonal residential dwelling that was constructed in 1900 per the Stearns County Assessor's records. The structure is in the shore impact zone of Big Watab Lake. The residential structure on the adjacent property to the east is in the shore impact zone, and the residential structure on the adjacent property to the west is set back at 100 feet from the ordinary high water level. The average setback is 75 feet, and therefore that is a required setback from the ordinary high water level of Big Watab Lake as required by the land use and zoning ordinance. The applicants are proposing to remove the existing seasonal residential dwelling and construct a new year-round single-family residential dwelling with attached garage and deck, along with a new residential accessory structure on this tract. The proposed residential dwelling with attached garage would be a walkout and is approximately 37 feet wide by 117 feet long, with a proposed deck on the lakeside that is approximately 50 feet by 17 feet at its widest point. A portion of the proposed structure is located in an area of the tract that is bluff. The residential dwelling and attached garage meet the required 75-foot average lake setback. The proposed deck is approximately 70 feet from the ordinary high water level of the lake. The proposed structure is also 20 feet from the platted private road that is on Johnson's lakeshore lots. The applicant is also proposing to construct a 26-foot by 34-foot detached residential accessory structure on this tract. The proposal is to locate the structure on the west side of the property. However, due to the fact that during the administrative subdivision process and approval, a portion of the west property has a non-building restriction. Therefore, the accessory structure is proposed to be located outside of the restricted property and near the top of the bluff. The proposed location of the accessory structure meets all other setback requirements and performance standards for accessory structures in the Shoreland Overlay District. The applicant has been made aware that a shoreline alteration permit will be required for the proposed fill that is located more than 20 feet outside of the project footprint as shown on the site plan. The property is located in the Shoreland Overlay District of Big Watab Lake, is not located in floodplain, and Big Watab Lake is on the impaired waters list for aquatic consumption. The property is located in an R1 zoning district. The subsurface sewage treatment system will require a compliance inspection if the variance is not granted. A location for a new soil treatment system has been determined as shown on the site plan. The soil treatment system is just a preliminary at this time as the design has not been submitted due to weather conditions. The current impervious lot coverage is approximately 1,293 square feet, 3.2%, to include the concrete driveway on the east side of the property. The proposed impervious lot coverage is approximately 9,991 square feet, or 24.7%. Collegeville Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Big Watab Lake Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And we have received 7 emails for this request, 3 in opposition and 4 in support of the requested variance.
Okay, thank you. Were there any specific reasons listed in the emails in regard to being the ones either supporting or in opposition?
Madam Chair, they did make mention of structures being built in a bluff impact zone, so the ones that were in opposition, and the ones that were in support of the requested variance were because the current property owner who owns the property next door has been a good steward of the property, and therefore they felt that with the mitigation that is being proposed, that this would not have an impact on the property or on the lake.
Okay, thank you. All right, could the applicants then share with us your thoughts about the project? You are muted.
Not anymore, are we?
No, we can hear you now.
All right. Well, this is a pretty complicated project. We came to own this property by reason of being a beneficiary of a family trust. We've had it for some years, and a few years ago, and I guess 2016, Dave will remember, we went through the administrative subdivision to straighten out the west property line, because it was zigzagged. And the cabin had over 300 foot of frontage. Ours next door had less, and so we divided the difference so that both our property next door and the cabin property had about equal amount of front footage. The cabin property now has about 239 front feet. The square footage is just under an acre. We looked at this property, and the question is, what do you do with it? The cabin is in the shoreland impact zone, very close to the lake, has no water, has no sewer, has electricity. It was built in the early 1900s, and nothing much has been done to it since then. So the question is, do we remodel the cabin? Do we rebuild the cabin within the envelope, adding water and sewer and probably electricity because the wiring is not good? Or do we build on the property? We've chosen to build because we thought that we could protect the lake better by building a structure with mitigation for the bluff area, and so we proceeded in that fashion. And so we have these requests that are multiple for variances. The one of the lake of the deck is kind of a de minimis situation, except that we've designed this as far away from the lake as we can. The garage is right on the proposed 20-foot variance setback from the road. The house provides only enough room for septic setback, and the septic system will be right on the road, right on the edge of the road. So there's nowhere to move the house further away from the lake. The east side of the which includes the garage and the house, is not in the bluff. It's westerly 18 feet approximately, which is. And we have reviewed the matter with Mr. Berg. We've hired an engineer, and he has proposed 2 rain gardens. We proposed to keep the westerly 100 feet as a natural buffer between the lake and the bluff. So our thought was that by these mitigation efforts, we would actually be enhancing the property and keeping the water from running into the lake, which it now does. We can respond to some more specific questions if you had them. As I said, in terms of the deck, the only option is to skim the deck down, which makes part of it unusable except for a walkway. And we can't move it further to the road and away from the lake. That is the structure, because we're up against it already. So what we have is a property that is hemmed in by lake shore setback, by road setbacks, and bluff concerns. We think that the mitigation efforts we propose, however, can protect adequately and protect the lake and allow for a reasonable family structure.
Okay, thank you. Questions from board members for either the applicant or staff members?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong. Question for staff. Did we hear anything from the road authority about the setback from the road? I know in other applications we have heard from the county engineer on some road placement setbacks.
Dave, if you want to answer that, otherwise I can. The road is not a...
I can answer that, Roger.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, the road is a unmaintained township road. The actual platted road, which is part of Johnson's Lakeshore lots, is not actually where the road is located. That road is actually located on a neighbor's property as travel.
At least part of it.
Yeah.
The variance request for the road is not from the road where it is situated, but from the road that's noted in the plat.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Additional questions?
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead,
Dennis Gregory, question first for the applicant. This property, given the structure of the property with a bluff and then a area below the bluff where the current cabin is, did you consider a smaller house and garage that would fit better in the area above the bluff so that you did not need to impact the bluff? And with a smaller structure, could you not in fact move the residents further away from the lake and further from the bluff?
Well, we have a family of 6. We live next door now. That family could probably not downsize much of any. Any changes that you suggested would not affect moving to the road because it's still, the road right away now, setback is 30 feet, we're proposing 20 and building right up against it. The structure now is outside of, as proposed, is outside of the lake setback issue. So the really only critical item is the bluff, and that's only part of the building. Moving it further to the east, we gave it some consideration, but it crowds the neighbor. The Smiths own the cabin right next door. If we moved further to the east, we would be right on their property. So that wasn't a desirable conclusion from our part. I'm not sure if I addressed your question adequately.
Yeah,
Well, thank you. Additional questions?
A question for staff, Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory. The non-build residential or restricted area, if we can, are we in a position to grant a variance to put an accessory structure in that restricted area?
Well, we're not proposing to put it in that restricted area.
Question for staff.
Yeah. Madam Chair and Dennis, so the reason that the or when they did the administrative subdivision, because it is in the Avon Hills Conservation Overlay District, they would have had to go through the platting, or is it platting process, Angie, or is it conditional use permit?
Yes, Dave, this is Angie Berg. So it would have been a conditional use permit, correct?
So we can't take that non-building restriction away without forcing the applicant to go through a whole different process.
Could I comment on that subject as well? There is really no place, even on that restricted building parcel, to build anything. The grade is at a steep angle. There's a ravine in it. So when we agreed to the restriction in order to complete the administrative subdivision, we concluded then that there really wasn't any place to build on that parcel. And in addition, but for a small footage, it is really basically a road. It is subject to that 40-foot private road that is shown on the plan.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane. A question for the applicants. It looks like you have 3 stalls up on top and then some additional stalls below. Is there a need to have the accessory structure?
Well, the road is not a publicly maintained road. So I'm the one with a tractor, snow blower, a blade, a ditch borer that maintains the road all the way from County Road 50. Others contribute as well. So I have this equipment. Without the accessory structure, that equipment will sit outside. And my thought was that, well, one, it harms the equipment, but secondly, it looks like a junkyard if you set all that stuff outside near a lake. I don't know that the neighbors would be, and people on the lake would be appreciative of that. In terms of the tuck-in garage, that's similar to what we have now. I've been an itinerant musician since grade school, for quite some time, playing a lot of community bands. And over the years, I have accumulated a number of musical instruments, drawers of arrangements, and I also do arranging, and a band trailer, PA equipment. And so that's the kind of thing that I've stored in that tuck under. And I'm not going to get rid of that, and so I have to have somewhere to put it. So that's where it would need to be. That's the other issue about moving it to the east, further towards the Smith's cabin, is that would make a tuck under impractical because I couldn't access it. That concrete driveway that goes down on the east side of the property is really the Smith's driveway. They have a 10-foot easement that runs along the east side of our property, and they just last year decided to put it in concrete. I didn't object to that, but I can't build on that. So I've got a 10-foot easement, and then whatever setback would be on the east side, plus the difficulty of accessing the tuck-in. Or tuck under, I should say.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, Jason Sloan, one question for me regarding the rain gardens that are in one of the proposals. Any concerns with the outlets for drainage from the buildings to some of those rain gardens as proposed?
Well, the rain gardens were engineered, designed by Wayne, what's his last name? Wayne Stark. He was reviewed by Mr. Berg. He thought they looked appropriate, but he would want to double check the specifications on it. We're fine with him determining what the specs would be. He did make one recommendation, and that is that we have some relief valve on those rain gardens in case we had a super rain and the gardens filled up, that they wouldn't blow the gardens out. And he made a specific proposal as to that. That makes sense to us. We'd be happy to incorporate that. So we're happy to have conditions on these variances, including removing the cabin, including keeping the property to the west of the 100 feet in natural state, and having adequate rain gardens to take the water from all of the structures and in some of the topography so that it doesn't move into the lake. Presently, nothing keeps the water from going into the lake.
That was the concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Are we ready to close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, move to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Does anyone oppose closing the public hearing from the board? All right, hearing no opposition, we will, the public hearing is now closed. Before we move to findings, we have some choices here because we have 3 items that are being requested, we can either choose to do all of them in one finding. We could choose to do them all separately, or we could choose to do 2 of them in one finding and 1 in another. So what is the wishes of the board as far as doing findings and making a motion?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, my preference would be to have the 2 findings for the house together and the 1 finding for the accessory structure separate.
All right. Anyone else's thoughts on that?
Madam Chair, I think I basically am agreeing with Jill, although the residence and accessory structure in the bluff impact zone, to me, should be in a separate finding. And if that's what Member DeLong meant, that I would agree with it.
Okay, are you talking, all right, the accessory structure, it refers to the bluff. There is also part of this request for the house that is in effect part of the bluff, I believe.
And so the request, Madam Chair, says to place a residential dwelling and residential accessory structure in a bluff impact zone. And that specifically would be the one that I would want to have as a separate finding.
Okay, separate finding for the accessory structure. The 2 that refer to the home itself could be together.
So to clarify, so I would think that we could have 1 finding of fact with the residential dwelling regarding the right-of-way setback and the bluff. I think that could be in 1, and have a second one where it's the accessory structure with the bluff. Does that make sense?
Yes, and would the deck setback from the building line setback go with the houses, along with the house with the bluff and the road setback?
Yes, from my opinion, but go ahead, Gregory.
All right.
Madam Chair, I would propose a different route.
Okay.
And that would be, I'm fine with the 30-foot road right-of-way and the deck 75-foot variance request, but I'm not fine putting the residence in the bluff impact zone with the 30-foot road right-of-way. My proposal was to put the residence and the accessory structure in the bluff impact zone in a separate finding.
Okay, so you would like, I have 5 different options here in front of me, so I want to make sure I get the right ones.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm just making sure that we do it as requested.
Maybe put it another way, Madam Chair. My concern is with the bluff impact zone. I'm not concerned with the road right-of-way, nor am I necessarily concerned with the ordinary high water level. Other board members may feel differently.
From my point of view, Jill DeLong, is that similar to Dennis, but also I feel like I'm less concerned with the bluff on the house and more concerned with the bluff on the residential accessory structure. So that's why I was separating those.
Well, I'm trying to figure out a way to accommodate both of these. What if we do 1 finding of fact that includes the setback from the private road and the deck in 1 finding, and then the bluff impacting the residence in a second, and the bluff as far as the accessory structure in a third? Because I do think the bluff for the accessory structure and the house have some separate issues. How do people feel about that?
I was going to actually ask a question, Dennis and Jill, out of curiosity, if the water runoff is addressed, what's your concern with the accessory structure in the bluff impact zone particularly?
my concern, Member Crone, is that bluffs are a very unique feature around our lakes in Minnesota. And if we start building in bluff zones, we lose that very unique feature that we have. And so no matter what water mitigation efforts we have, and I think there are some very good ones here, we are losing a natural feature whenever we impact that. I think there are certain lots, this is a personal opinion now, that really support a smaller structure, and there are other lots that support a larger structure. And so I just think there's a mismatch here between structure and lot characteristics.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, so do we have any input then on how we want to do the findings? Any other input?
So how you stated it, Bonnie, works for me, but I'd like to hear how Dennis feels on that. I feel like it does allow him to state his concerns on the bluffs, both for the house and for the accessory structure.
Yeah, I would agree, Jill. I'm fine with that, Madam Chair.
All right, any other questions from board members, or we could go forward with that, with those three findings?
Madam Chair, this is Angie Berg. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss the fact that you entered the new letters into the public hearing. There was new letters submitted. Do those need to be read into the record or referenced in any way, or were those already considered by the board and incorporated?
I did ask what the, I think there was there 3 in support and 3 opposed or something like that. I believe that I asked what their, like a summary of what their thoughts were, and Dave did give us a summary of that. I'll refer that back to him as far as the letters that came in.
And I did hear that. I just typically we'll summarize or paraphrase who submitted the letters and what they said if they weren't in your packet. But I will leave that up to the board to decide how they want to handle that.
Madam Chair,
that's probably a good idea to get that into the record.
Yes, I'd agree. I'd appreciate knowing what the letters actually said too, because we only got to see 2 of them, and then briefly one of them on the screen that we didn't get to see the other ones at all. I'd personally like to be able to see what the other ones said.
All right, Dave, if you could read those into the record for us.
Are they in your packet?
So Dave, the ones that are on the screen are the ones that were not in the packet. So you could use those as a reference.
Okay.
Or I have it right here if you would prefer.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Yeah, if someone can read it into the record, because I think us trying to read them off the screen is a little difficult, depending on what kind of a device each person has.
Sure, I'll go ahead and do that since I have it right here. So we have a letter submitted by Sharon Betzold, and it is to oppose the variance proposed by Wattabloom Properties. We are both in agreement that this variance is way out of line with any other dwellings on our end of the lake. Dwellings should not be built on bluff impact zones, and we oppose any building thereof. That was submitted by Sharon Betzold. And then there was a letter submitted by Kurt and Karen Cotton, and they are in favor. They indicate that their plans are more than reasonable and they support the request. There's a letter submitted by Tom and Christy Becker. They respectively ask the board to vote no. They are the landowners of the private road behind this property and the owners of the land east and south of the private road. They go on to say the reason the private road was plotted where it was to prevent dwellings and accessory structures from being built on top of the bluff or more damaging into the bluff. The ordinance was in place when the applicants took ownership of the lots and should have been aware of the restrictions. Board members should lead by example. There are a few bluffs left on Watehead that remain untouched. A dwelling and accessory structure built too close to the road is creating a hazard. There was also a letter submitted by Robert and Caroline Becker, and they are commenting that they have a hard time understanding why we have ordinances if they're not enforced. These owners are asking for bluffs to be destroyed, affecting our natural resources. And then I believe the last newer letter that was submitted was from Karen Hobbin, and they are a neighbor within 500 feet and believe the request is fair and modest, giving the parcel of land under consideration, and it's a difficult piece of property. They go on to say that Klopakis take great care of their property and are excellent stewards of the land and lake. And Madam Chair, I believe that were all the new letters that were submitted.
Okay, and we'll comment that any other letters that we received were part of our packet that members of the board would have been able to read prior to the meeting. There was someone out there that had a comment?
Madam Chairperson, this is Roger Klopaki. Since we were not familiar with most of these letters before they were now read, can we react to them before you?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, on the bluff item, in fact, many of the structures to the east of us are built on the bluff. I won't say many, but a number of them are. Two that I know of in the rest of Johnson's Lake Shore to the east, and a number of them in Watehead Acres further east. So it is not uncommon to have walkouts built on what can be described as bluffs. So this is not inconsistent with that use of the property, and this is not the first time that such a thing would have occurred. In terms of the road, again, I understand the Becker's positions, but the request of variance from the road is from the road that's described in the plat, not the road that is now used and graded. I'm trying to remember what else was stated in these letters. Our view is that what we're proposing is reasonable. It's not inconsistent with other properties, at least to the east, and it's as far back from the lake as we can get it. And the mitigation efforts should solve at least the water concerns from the bluffs runoff. I guess there's no way to mitigate the look of a bluff, but in fact, the look of this property that we propose for a buffer doesn't look like a normal bluff. It looks like a big hill with a lot of trees and natural vegetation. We propose that it remain.
All right, thank you for your comments.
You're muted, Bonnie.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Klopaki. I think now we're ready to continue our discussion on how we want to do findings. I'll propose this and then let people know, let me know if they have any objection, that we do one finding that includes the structural setback from the private road and the building line setback for the deck as one. And then as another one that we do findings for the residential dwelling and its bluff impact And then a third one for the accessory structure and its bluff impact. Is everyone in support of that, or want to see something different? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead with using those three different parameters for the findings. So the first findings that we are going to do will be to place a residential dwelling less than the required structural setback to the right of way of the plotted private road, and to place a deck that does not meet the average building line setback to the ordinary high water level of Big Watab Lake, classified as a recreational development lake. So the deck setback and the road setback. All right, findings for number 1. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, it is allowed in R1 zones to build a home in R1. So I believe that, yes, it is allowed use.
All right, yes. Number 2, oh, excuse me. We have 1 yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 1? All right, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. The variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, with regards to the deck and the average building line setback, as explained, the house to the west of it is 100 feet back, and the house to the east of it is fully in the shoreline impact zone. So I believe that that building line isn't necessarily the best one to base it against. So I believe that that deck placement will still be in harmony with the purpose of that control. And regarding the structural setback to the right of way of the platted private road, it's the platted road as the applicant was explaining. And so it sounds like that is taken into account how far away he's placed his building.
All right, we have a yes for number 2. Does anyone else disagree? All right, we'll make that unanimous yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe it will be consistent with the comprehensive plan under lakeshore living policies, where we're encouraging shoreline protection and restoration methods such as vegetative buffers, because they're building further away from the shoreline. They're adding the rain basins or the rain gardens. So they really are working hard on protecting the shoreline and restoring it. So yes, it is consistent.
Okay, thank you. So we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree? Okay, number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, specifically again to the issue that we're talking about, the property owner going closer to the road, I think is reasonable. In fact, since it's a basically unmaintained, almost private road, they can go as close as possible there. And I would agree with Jill's previous comments about the deck and the setback. So I do think it's reasonable for those 2 requests.
All right, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree with that? Then we will mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the property is very unique, and I think, as Dennis alluded, the property owner is doing the best they can to push back away from any lakes, buffers, zones, or trying to maintain a decent road access as well. So I do believe that's a yes.
All right, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with yes for 5? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous, yes. All right, number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that it'll actually improve the character of the locality because they are tearing down a cabin that is far too close to the shoreline, and this will improve that greatly.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Anyone disagree? I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, economic considerations were not discussed, but I believe it has more to do with the existing conditions of the property and trying to deal with all the environmental concerns of the property.
Okay, thank you. We have a yes for number 7. Anyone disagree with that? All right, we've completed findings. We are ready for a motion on the findings for the road setback and the setback of the deck from the building line.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve a variance request for the applicants to locate a residence less than 30 feet from the road right of way and a deck that is less than 75 feet from the ordinary high water level, and more specifically 70 feet from the ordinary high water level.
All right, and we have a motion on the floor. Does that contain any conditions, Dennis?
It does not contain any conditions at this time.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second to that motion?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I'll second that.
All right, we have a second. I'll do roll call. Gil?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes as well. So a motion has been approved for the road setback and the deck setback from the building line. All right, now we will move on to a preference, whether we want to do the house or the accessory structure first. Any preference?
Madam Chair, preference would be to continue to work on the residence.
All right, then the findings of fact that we will work on now is to place a residential dwelling in a bluff impact zone and not meeting the setback to the top of the bluff. Or the top of the bluff was more the, okay, did the top of the bluff affect the residence, or that was more the structure? So the findings will be to place a residential dwelling and residential to place a residential dwelling in the bluff impact zone of the okay. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed from the zoning district in which the subject property is located.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, it's R1 zone area. New construction is allowed for residential structures.
All right, we have a yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 1? Then we will have unanimous yes for number 1. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would say no. I don't think it's in harmony The general purpose and intent of the official controls is to preserve the natural resources, and I think building into bluffs does not do that.
All right, we have a no for number 2. Any other discussion on that?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that it is in harmony. I believe that the applicant has worked significantly to improve the environment around this building site. They are taking down a cabin that right now is not good for the environment. It doesn't have water or sewer. It's too close to the lake. They're instead moving it further up. They are limited in areas on where they can build it. I believe they really are working as hard as they can to limit their impacts on the environment, and they are encroaching upon the road right of way in order to fit their needs. So I believe it is in harmony how much work they've put into it.
All right, because we have a 1 no and 1 yes so far, we will do a roll call. And if you have any additional comments as to why you voted yes or no, please add them at this time. I'm going to vote no. And the reason that I'm voting no is, as Dennis had stated earlier in our conversation, is that there are some properties that lend themselves to large residential homes, and there are some properties that lend themselves to a small seasonal cabin for enjoyment of the lake. And I believe this is a lot that lends itself to the smaller cabin that would not impact the bluff as a large home would impact the bluff. So right now we have 2 no's and a yes. We'll do a roll call. Mike?
No.
Jake?
No.
And Jason?
Jason votes yes.
All right. So we have 2 yeses and 4 no's. So the answer to this question in majority is no. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, again, I don't think it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Nature goals, number 1 is to preserve, restore, and protect important natural systems and natural resources. Bluffs are clearly one of those natural resources. As you reiterated, I think it's a wrong structure on the right lot, or wrong lot for the right structure. Either way, I don't think it makes it consistent with the comprehensive plan. I also think that just because in past practices bluffs have been impacted is not a reason to continue to impact that particular bluff further at this time.
All right, so we have a no for number 3. Does anyone have a dissenting opinion?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe.
Jason. Go ahead, Jill.
Sorry, yes, under living for lakeshore living policies, number 5, encouraging implementation of innovative stormwater management practices into shoreland projects such as rain gardens, permeable surfaces, and vegetative buffers.
All right, so we have a no and a yes. So we will do a roll call, and feel free to add comments if you wish. Mike?
No.
Okay, Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes, and particularly because this is kind of contingent on removing an existing cabin which is real close to the water. I think this is an improvement from what's currently there.
And I am going to I'm going to vote no. So we have a tied vote on number 3. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe it is reasonable to want to build a house on the property that they currently own.
All right, so we have a yes. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 4? Hearing none, I will mark that as a unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, the property is very unique because it has those bluffs there, so I believe it is unique to the property.
All right, we have a yes for number 5. Is there any other opinion for number 5?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the plight of the landowner is partly due to their decision to build a structure that doesn't fit on that particular lot. And so I would say no, it is not just due to circumstances unique to the property.
All right, and we'll do a roll call on that one. Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a no. Jake?
Yes.
And Jason?
Yes.
All right, 1, 2, 3. So we have 4 yeses and 2 nos, so it is a yes for number 5. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, and I would say yes to that. There's other houses in the area. There's currently a cabin on the structure. This is actually just moving it further away from the lake.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Does anyone disagree with that? All right, then we will look at a unanimous yes. And number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic concerns, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe economics do have a factor, but I do not believe it was a sole factor of this. So yes.
All right, we have a yes for number 7. Anyone disagree with yes for number 7? All right, so number 7 will be a yes. We're now ready for a motion, and just a reminder to board members that we did have one question that was answered in the negative, which was number 2. And number 3 was a tie.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we deny the request by the applicant to build a residential dwelling in a bluff impact zone and not meeting the required structural setback to the top of the bluff.
All right, so we have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I will second that.
All right, we have a motion to deny and a second, and I will do a roll call on the remaining members. Jill?
No.
Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
No.
And I am a yes. So we have 4 yeses and 2 noes. So the yes vote is the yes to deny. So this request has been denied. We need one more findings of fact in regard to building the accessory structure on top of a bluff and not meeting the setbacks in the impact zone of the bluff as well. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, R1 zone districts do allow accessory structures in them.
All All right, so we have a yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree? I'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, no, I don't believe it will be in harmony. I believe it will not be in harmony because we do want to protect bluffs, and building an accessory structure would not be in harmony with that.
All right, so we have a no for number 2. Does anyone disagree with no for number 2? Hearing none, I will make that unanimous no. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm going to say no, it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan due to nature goals number 1, to preserve, restore, and protect important natural systems and natural resources.
All right, we have a no for number 3. Does anyone disagree? Okay, so that'll be a unanimous no. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that wanting to build an accessory structure in a residential zone is a reasonable manner.
All right, we have 1 yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree? So we'll make that unanimous, yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Mike Hain, I believe the uniqueness of the property forced the applicant to put the accessory structure where he did. The only spot really that would allow an accessory structure of that size, so yes.
All right, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with yes? All right, we'll make that unanimous, yes. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that building an accessory structure on a bluff and destroying the bluff would not maintain the essential character of the locality. So I would say no.
All right, we have a no for number 6. Does anyone disagree with no? All right, we'll have mark that as unanimous no. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations.
Madam Chair, I believe there were other considerations besides economics involved.
All right, so we have a yes for number 7. Anyone disagree with yes? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. We're ready for a motion, and just a reminder to board members that number 2, 3, and 6 were a no vote.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we deny the applicant's request to build a residential accessory structure in the bluff impact zone and not meeting the required structural setback to the top of the.
Okay, we have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Mike Hain, I'll second that.
All right, I will do roll call vote. Jill?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes as well. All right, a motion has been made to and passed to deny the request for the residential structure not meeting the bluff impact zone or the setback of the top of the bluff. If the applicant has additional questions about what they can do from here, they should contact staff during regular business hours via telephone due to COVID restrictions. So thank you for being with us this evening, and hopefully staff will be able to answer any additional questions you have going forward. All right, we are on item number 6 in the agenda. Is to consider a request from Gregory and Deborah Schmidt, Vadnais Heights, Minnesota, with sections 9.9.9A1 and 10.1.8B2 of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to place a residential accessory structure less than the required structural setback to the side yard property line and to exceed the maximum of 500 square feet allowed for accessory structures that do not need to be elevated on fill to meet the regulatory flood protection elevation for the bottom floor elevation in the flood overlay district. The said ordinance requires a structural setback of at least 10 feet from a side yard property line for residential accessory structures and allows for accessory structures up to 500 square feet to use an alternative method other than fill to meet the regulatory flood protection elevation for the bottom floor elevation in the floodplain overlay district. The affected property is 0.27 acres of part of Government Lot 4, Section 1, Tract 121 North, Range 28 West of Fairhaven Township, and the property address is 2103 Buttonbush Road, South Haven, Minnesota. And our applicants with us?
We are. I hope you can hear us, and thanks
Yes,
for...
we can.
Okay.
We can hear you fine. So we'll be back to you in just a few minutes.
Okay.
If staff could give us an overview of this request, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler of Stearns County Environmental Services. The applicants currently own an existing legal non-conforming lot, meets and bounds tract that is approximately 0.27 acres, 13,459 square feet in lot area. There are 3 residential accessory structures and a seasonal residential dwelling on the lot. The applicants purchased the property in 2017. The applicants are proposing to construct a 24-foot by 24-foot 2-story residential accessory structure and remove the existing 12 by 20 and 16 by 20 residential accessory structures on the roadside of the property. The applicants applied for and received the variance from Fairhaven Township for the placement of the proposed accessory structure 25 feet from the center of Buttonbush Road. The applicants are proposing to place the structure 2 feet from the side yard property line. The applicants are proposing the 2-story structure based on the topography as well as it will be a walkout on the roadside. The proposed residential accessory structure would be approximately 24 feet from the boardwalk per the certificate of survey. Based on the placement of the structure and elevations, the applicants would have to raise the bottom floor elevation approximately 4 feet above current grade to meet the regulatory flood protection elevation. The applicants are over by 76 square feet, what is allowed by ordinance to use an alternative method to meet the requirements of the floodplain overlay district for bottom floor elevations. The applicants will need to meet the performance standards for this alternative method as described in section 10.1.7D3C of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 if the variance is granted as requested. The property is in the floodplain and shoreland overlay districts of Clearwater Lake, and Clearwater Lake is on the list of impaired waters for aquatic consumption. The subsurface sewage treatment system on the property is compliant per compliance inspection P-017865 issued on November 20th of 2020. The property is zoned R1. The current impervious lot coverage is approximately 22%. With the removal of the 2 residential accessory structures and the proposed replacement accessory structure, the proposed impervious lot coverage would be 22%. The alternative to the variance request would be to have the residential accessory structure meet the property line setback. The alternative for the variance request from the floodplain overlay district standards would be to meet the floodplain elevation and/or size requirements. Fairhaven Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Clearwater River Watershed District, and the Clearwater Lake Property Owners Association and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and staff has received no correspondence concerning this request.
Okay, thank you. If the applicant has any information they'd like to give us.
I guess I just summarized what the project is. We have two garages that are there. The one that's on as you're looking at the drawing on the left-hand side, is a newer structure, but it's because of the snow melt, it actually gets water in the floor every year. And that's next to we have a septic tank that's a holding tank that's pumped out in that area. And then on the other garage, it's in disrepair and needs to be replaced. And the access to our cabin, if you're looking at it, the main access to the cabin is up the hill, and you enter from the right side of the cabin is the primary entrance. And the need for the build closer to the lot line is if we built it at elevation and we built it away from the lot line, we would not be able to access any larger type things to the lake at all. It would be a too narrow walkway to get to the primary entrance. I think that's about it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you. Do board members have any questions for staff or for the applicant?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for the applicant. So part of the application is to exceed the maximum square feet. So can you tell me a little bit why you need to make this building bigger than 500 square feet?
With the combined square feet of the two garages, it's actually going to be just a little bit less than what's there with the combined two structures. So.
Thank you. And then question for staff. Can you give me a little bit of background on why this is a new one for me for the bottom floor elevation, what the history is on requiring a maximum of 500 square feet for a bottom floor elevation?
Madam Chair, members of the board. So the 500 square feet is because of the fact that it would be a relatively small cost of a structure. Just based on the size, and that's just what's in the ordinance in the floodplain overlay district. That would be my interpretation of why 500 feet and why not 800 feet.
I also have a question for the applicant. In our paperwork here, it indicated that the power line would be moved. Can you tell me, would that be moved onto the neighbor's property, or where is that going to be moved to?
It would be moved onto the border of the property so that we'd have access to the garage door.
Okay.
To the lot line.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I wasn't able to visit this site, so I don't know what it looks like between the proposed new garage and the nearest garage on the neighbor's property. What's there between there? Is there a driveway? Is it trees? Is it a hill? What's between the proposed new garage and that garage?
That's a hill.
Okay, I just wanted to see how much it would, putting the garage there, what that would impact for the neighbor.
And when I was on site there, I thought of the same thing as well. But the neighbor's property, it looks like that section right behind where that garage would be is really a part of their lawn that they probably don't use much because there was, I believe, a couple wells there. And it really didn't look like it was anything that was used on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, question for the applicant. You've already mentioned a couple of times about why you have the garage where it is. Did you consider moving it a little bit to the, I think it's west, so that you didn't have to move the utility pole? And, you know, and you mentioned having to get, I think it was equipment or other things, access to your house. Moving it to the west, what would that cause a challenge for?
I'm not sure. Moving the garage closer to the sidewalk there. If you're looking at the drive, is that the question?
Yes, it is. Sorry. Yes.
If you on that, it's a pretty good sized hill. And it's a pretty limited walkway to get up the hill, especially with like the lawnmower or like trying to get things up and down the hill. It just makes it so that our primary access is very limited, because the access to our cabin is, if you're facing our neighbor's cabin to the, what is that, east, is our primary entrance. And with a 24 by 24 foot structure, if you move it farther over, it's almost to that sidewalk.
And just one kind of follow-on question: does the road flood constantly then? Because it's even lower than your structure.
The road doesn't actually flood, but it's if you're looking at what looks like the newer garage, but is the one that gets water in it. The road is actually slightly higher than the yard, so water pools up right at the garage there.
All right,
that's the lowest area of the lot.
Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions? Or are we ready to close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I'd move to close the public hearing.
Jill DeLong, second.
Okay, thank you. Anyone disagree with closing the public hearing? All right, so move. We are therefore closed. When we look at findings of fact, we have some options here as well. And I want to know whether the board would like to do both requests together or separate. The two requests would be one to exceed the 500 square feet allowed for accessory structures that don't meet the elevation requirements. And the second thing is to place a residential accessory structure less than the required structural setback from a side yard setback. Do they want to do them together or as separate findings?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I think we could do it as one. My thought.
All right, one person's thought to do it as one. Anyone, any other comments?
I would agree with that assessment, Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory.
All right, anyone else? I would agree with that. So we have three. Do we have a fourth person? So we'd have a majority?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Chairperson Jason.
So then we will do these findings as one. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, it is R1 zone district and accessory structures are allowed.
We have a yes for number one. Does anyone disagree with yes? Hearing none, I will mark that as a unanimous yes. The variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the fiscal controls or any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong. I can speak to at least the property line. I believe it is in harmony because they're trying to make sure that there's enough room between buildings so that fire doesn't spread as easily and we don't encroach too much on somebody else's property. I believe that this is in harmony with that, looking at how the neighbor's property is situated. With regard to the floodplain one, I'm still kind of a question mark. I don't understand that one as much.
All right. Does anyone else want to comment on number 2?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would add on to Jill's comments by saying the applicant is fully aware of the water situation on that lot, has chosen the location of this particular structure to mitigate that issue, and fully understands that the storage is mainly going to be on the second level. And so I think they've taken into account the issues that were in the official controls. And so I do think it is in harmony.
All right. We have yeses for number 2. Anyone disagree with yes for number 2? Then I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Well, I would say in regard to the setback to the neighbor's property, if you look in that area, the lots are very small, and a lot of the neighbors probably are in the same situation where they have structures that are very close to their neighbors' lot lines. And as far as the floodplain issue, I believe as Dennis said, that the owner is well aware of what the concerns could be for flooding in that area and has done their best to accommodate those requests. So I think it does follow the comprehensive plan. So we have 1 yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 3? Okay, hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. The variance may be granted if there are practical difficulties in complying with the official controls. The property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the property owner is going to take down 2 accessory structures, put up a different one that's going to be approximately the same square footage, and the structure that they're putting up is the same distance from the property line as one of the existing structures is. So yes.
All right, so we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, it's very much due to the circumstances of the property and that it floods the existing garages. So this is a solution to mitigate that.
All right, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, there's already accessory structures on this property, so it doesn't change from that standpoint. And the neighboring properties also have accessory structures, so it does not alter the essential character.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Anyone disagree? And we'll mark that as yes unanimously. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic concerns, yes or no?
Madam Chair, economics weren't discussed on this.
All right, so we have a yes for number 7. Anyone disagree? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. And we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I'll make a motion that we approve the variance request by the applicant to place a 24 by 24 foot residential accessory structure that's 576 square feet in area, 2 feet from the side yard property line.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
We have a second from Mike. And I'll do a roll call. Jill?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Chair votes yes as well. So motion carries. Thank you for being with us this evening, and any further questions you can check with environmental staff. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our last request item for this evening is to consider a request from Terry and Donna Nelson of Shoreview, Minnesota, on behalf of the Clearwater Forest LLP, Edina, Minnesota, from section 6.2.1H and 10.1.8B1 of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to place a residential accessory structure less than 10 feet from the principal residential structure, a manufactured home, on the lot, and to not meet the required finished fill elevation of 15 feet beyond the outside limits of the structure being erected. The said ordinance requires that residential accessory structures be placed at least 10 feet from the principal residential structure on the lot and meet the required finished fill elevation extending 15 feet beyond a structure being erected. The affected property is 42.26 acres, part of the Government Lot 4, Section 1, Tract 121 North, Range 28 West of Fairhaven Township. The property address is 13480 Campfire Circle, South Haven, Minnesota. And are our applicants with us, or their representative?
Yeah, I'm Wanda Summers, the property manager of Clearwater Forest. I'm representing the applicants.
All right, thank you, and we'll be back to you in just a few minutes. Is there anyone that was not able to visit the site?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I was not able to visit the site.
All right, thank you. So then we will assume that all other members did visit the site, and then staff, if you could give us an overview of this application.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler, Stearns County Environmental Services. The applicants are proposing to place a 16-foot by 80-foot manufactured home on Lot 17 of Clearwater Forest Manufactured Home Park. All of the lot is within a 100-year floodplain of Clearwater Lake. The Federal Emergency Management Agency regulations require that all structures located in the 100-year floodplain shall be elevated on fills so that the lowest floor, including basements and crawl spaces, be at or above the regulatory flood protection elevation. The regulatory flood protection elevation for Clearwater Lake is 997.70 feet NGVD 29. Along with that, the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance requires that the finished fill extending 15 feet beyond the structure shall be no lower than 1 foot below the regulatory flood protection elevation. The applicant is proposing to bring in fill so that the lowest floor elevation of the manufactured home will be at or above the regulatory flood protection elevation. However, since there are manufactured homes on either side of the proposed new manufactured home, it is not possible for the required finished fill elevation 15 feet beyond the structure. Also, the applicant is proposing to place a 10-foot by 12-foot residential accessory structure 4 feet from the end of the proposed placement of the new manufactured home. The residential accessory structure will be subject to the performance standards of section 10.1.7D 3C of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning ordinance for residential accessory structures not elevated on fill and less than 500 square feet in building area. The property is in the floodplain and shoreland overlay district of Clearwater Lake, and Clearwater Lake is on the impaired waters list for aquatic consumption. Clearwater Forest is on a state permitted subsurface sewage treatment system. An alternative to the request would be to apply for a conditional use permit to elevate the structure using alternative elevation methods other than the use of fill. The alternative method must be designed and certified by a registered professional engineer or architect. Fairhaven Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Clearwater River Watershed District, the Clearwater Lake Property Owners Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And staff has received no correspondence or emails concerning this request.
Okay, thank you. All right, applicant or their representative, could you share with us your thoughts?
Sure. This lot has been empty for the last 3 years. There was an older home on it previously, and when the home was demolished, we did take precautions when we put we're preparing for a new house to come in to make sure that the flow of water flow from that lot to the houses on either side would not be impacting those neighboring houses. So when we brought the fill in and had the excavation work done in preparation for the new home, we made sure that we got it as high as we could in that area without impacting drainage to the homes that are next to this home, in attempt to meet the elevation requirements as far as we could. Although one of the homes is only 10 feet away, which is the required minimum distance from the new home. Also, the storage structure was kind of a condition that this resident needed to have on their lot because they have 2 motorcycles that they need to store. So in order to accommodate them, we also are making them a separate parking area in part of our common ground, which is just directly across from their lot, to try and accommodate the shed on their lot. And we were only able to do this all with giving 4 feet of distance between the accessory storage structure and the home.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone or staff members, I can't recall, did we check if people had visited the site?
Madam Chair, no, we haven't.
Okay, did anyone, was anyone not able to visit the site?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I was not able to visit the site.
All right, and we'll assume that all other members were able to visit the site. And board members, if you have any questions for staff or the applicant.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, a question for staff. In the write-up, the applicant indicated they were going to put the house on piers. Does that change the fill requirement if they're setting the house on piers or not?
Madam Chair, members of the board, no, it would not. Because of the fact that it's a manufactured home, it would still need to be tied down by a licensed manufactured home installer, and we would still need an elevation cert on the bottom floor elevation of the manufactured home. But being placed on piers has no bearing on the request.
Thank you.
Okay, and a question for staff. The requirement for the 10-foot distance from the accessory structure, would that, the reason for that involve like fire safety and room for septic systems and wells and that type of thing?
Primarily for fire safety.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? Hearing none, are we ready to close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I'd move that we close the public hearing.
Second that.
All right, anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Hearing none, the meeting is now closed. And we have options here as well. We can do both the 15-foot beyond the outside limits of the structure fill question and the 10-foot setback from structure question as one finding, or we can do them as separate. What are the wishes of the board?
Madam Chair, Mike Hain, I think one is sufficient again.
Dennis Gregory, I agree with that.
Jason Krohn also agrees.
Okay, and I'll agree. So we'll have a majority agreeing. All right, we're ready to do findings then. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located. I believe it's a mobile home park, and trailers or mobile homes and accessory structures are permitted in this area. So we have one yes for number one. Does anyone disagree with that? Hearing none, we'll mark it as unanimous, yes. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I believe it is. They are trying to comply to the best of their ability with the 15-foot. They only have 10 feet to work with on the side, and the structure only being 4 feet away. If fire is one of the main reasons, they have full access to that structure without the 10-foot distance between the house and the accessory structure.
All right, we have a yes for number two. Anyone disagree with that? Okay, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number three, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan.
Madam Chair, Jason.
Go ahead, Jason.
I believe it is, and under the Lakeshore living policies, number one, limit the impacts of additional shoreland development by clustering housing away from shorelines using a conservation design approach. Not quite the, I don't know if it's technically conservation design, but it's definitely clustering away from lake shores.
All right, we have a yes for number three. Does anyone disagree? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number four, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I believe it is. It's a manufactured home park. That's exactly what they're putting in that space.
All right, we have a yes for number four. Anyone disagree? We'll mark that as a unanimous yes. The plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, it's a mobile home park, so they have very limited space to work with for the lots, and they're doing the best that they can.
Okay. And I also would just comment there that if they did follow the guidelines of the 15 feet, they might be causing a lot of problems for their neighbors by directing runoff directly to them, and there's not 15 feet on between them and the neighbors. So I would agree with yes. We have yeses for number five. Anyone disagree with that? We'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number six, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality.
Nothing changes, Madam Chair. Dennis Gregory.
So we have a yes for number six. Anyone disagree? Mark it as unanimous yes. Number seven, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations.
Madam Chair, Jason Krohn, none were really discussed.
All right, so we have a yes for number 7. Anyone disagree? So mark that as unanimous yes, and we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the variance request by the applicant, residential accessory structure, less than the required structural setbacks from the principal residential structure on a lot, and to not meet the required finished fill elevation of 15 feet beyond the structure being erected.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Haney, I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I will do roll call on the remainder of the members. Jill?
Yes.
Mike, or let's see, Mike seconded. Jake?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And the board, or the chair is also a yes. Your motion has been approved, or your request has been approved. Thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you.
All right, the remainder of our agenda has several items. The first item is the proposed feedlot revisions to the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 by Becky Schlorf, the Ag and Water Resource Division Supervisor. And I believe in your packet, you did receive a packet in regard to feedlots. So, Becky?
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just give me a second here. I'm going to share my presentation with you. Okay. You should be seeing it now. So what I'm going over with you today is the implementation of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. It was approved by the County Board in July of 2020. And I think many of you were aware of this process that was undergone for this. So the main meeting goal for tonight is to have the Board of Adjustment make a recommendation to the Planning Commission and the County Board of Commissioners on potential feedlot ordinance changes. There are 5 pillars in the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and one of those is agriculture. And so I'm going to just highlight mainly that, because that's, of course, what feedlots has to do with. The to-do list, or the implementation piece of the plan, included specifically sections 6.7.5, the animal feedlot setback provisions of needing to be reviewed and reduced for the setback to residential dwellings and vice versa. So we'll be primarily, that'll be one of the main topics for your discussion and review tonight. The agricultural use and animal agriculture policies are highlighted here in this slide, and you will have those in your packet as well. But the 2 that pertain to the feedlot and residential setback are highlighted in this slide. So to emphasize the importance of animal agriculture to the county economy by treating it as a priority land use in this area compared with residential or other non-agricultural uses. And then allow animal feedlots in the agricultural areas by protecting them from non-farm housing through county zoning. So when we do ordinance changes at the county, we typically take those, or we do always take those to the Feedlot Review Committee first, and then to the Planning Commission, and then to the County Board. In this case, we're bringing you the potential changes so that you can provide feedback, especially because some setbacks are going to be impacted. So when the Feedlot Review Committee reviewed the ordinance changes on November 25th of last year, these were their unanimous recommendations. And so I'll be looking for your feedback today, or your recommendation, if you choose to make a formal recommendation on these 3 or any others that you might have to bring up. But one is the feedlot residential dwelling setback be reduced to 500 feet, And 2 was to make an exception to the feedlot residential dwelling setback requirement when there is a common owner. And 3 was to alter the animal unit density in the agricultural zoning districts for parcels less than 10 acres to increase by 1 animal unit for those parcels that are 3 acres up to the 899, and then 2 animal units for the parcels that are 9 acres and above. And just so you know, the Feedlot Review Committee is made up of a group of stakeholders, and it does include one of the Planning Commission members, Ken Mossman. So a little bit of background on the feedlot ordinance. The county first had its county-wide feedlot ordinance enacted in September of 1998. After that, about a year and a half later, the county enacted zoning. At the same time, the state enacted a rule, the new feedlot rule that required registration of feedlots. And so the feedlots were required to register by December 31st of 2001. So basically in our ordinance, we've always looked at any feedlot that's been registered by that deadline has been considered a legal nonconformity if they weren't meeting setbacks. So after that deadline, they have to meet setbacks or obtain a variance. And then the section 6.7.5 is the residential feedlot setback, and that applies to any feedlot that has 10 animal units or more and is located in the ag zoning districts, the transitional 20 or the urban expansion zoning districts. And then we'll also be going over this section 6.7.6, the animal unit density in agricultural districts. Provided you with a map in your packet as well, and just to walk you through this map in case you want it as a reference. The townships and cities are labeled here. The homes are not shown, but with the zoning, one can make the assumption on housing density that would be allowed. The green shadings are your agricultural zoning districts, and then the T20 and urban expansion, again, where the feedlot setbacks come into play, are the gold speckled, red speckled ones. So that would be down in the Paynesville area as well as the Brockway Township area. And then the UE, the urban expansion, are the purple areas. So those are the areas where the setback applies. And the red dots are your feedlots, and again, that are 10 animal units or more. And then you've got a couple of the larger, or not a couple, there's 50 larger facilities shown with a yellow or gold dot with a star in it. The vast majority of the registered animal units in Stearns County are on feedlots with fewer than 500 animal units. And I think in your packet, as I outlined, there's 114 sites that are above 500 animal units. So a couple things about the residential feedlot setback is that section 5 is our nonconformity section of the ordinance. And that does allow a one-time encroachment of 24 feet for the home and for the feedlot. And we do document that and record that in our system. And that was meant for the purposes of like a deck or a lean-to on a barn, so that the variance process would not be needed for that small one-time encroachment, as long as they were a legal nonconformity. Also, Minnesota state statute does require a reciprocal setback in agricultural districts for new feedlots and new residential dwellings. So I did provide you with a bit of our statistics from the experiences here in Stearns County with variances, and specific to the feedlot residential setback variances. We looked at the time period, the two 7-year time periods. So the most recent history from 2014 through 2020, there were 55 total feedlot related variances, and 39 of those actually involved the feedlot to residents and vice versa setback. So it was 71% of the total feedlot related variances. And 5% of those 39 were denied. And of those that were approved, the chart here shows the deviation on the 700-foot setback. In the previous 7-year period, rather, there were only 25 feedlot-related variances, 16 of which were related to the feedlot residential dwelling setback. And of those 16, 25% were denied. And the same chart exists here for the 12 that were actually granted the variance. Again, looking at the 2 7-year periods, some perspective here is that in the 7-year period, most recent 7-year period, we issued 674 feedlot permits. And of those, 18 requested a feedlot, a residential setback variance for their feedlot or feedlot expansion. And so that's 2.7, just under 3%, and they were all granted. 7 of the 39 variances requested for this particular setback had a common owner. So one of the owners owned the feedlot parcel as well as the residential parcel. 2 of those were denied. And then 8 of all 55 feedlot-related variances did have conditions placed on the granted variance, and all but 1 of those was related to this residential setback variance. And in the prior 7-year period, we had 4 of 12 variances requested that had a common owner, and 1 of those was denied, and none of those variances for the feedlot residential setback had any conditions. So given the Feedlot Review Committee's recommendation of 500 feet, these are the numbers here of what that would have meant had that setback been in place over the last 14 years. In the most recent history, 19 variances would not have been needed. 11 of those were homes requesting the setback to the feedlot that was in existence, and then 8 were feedlots requesting the variance. In the prior time period, 1 would not have been needed, and that was a residence to a feedlot. So looking at other counties in our area, and there's 6 of them that were reviewed, and just looking at the first 2 columns here, and we'll get into the rest of them later, but the feedlot to residence setback is only more restrictive in 3 other situations. So you can see in Morrison County, they actually have a little bit of a tiered system. In Douglas County, they are more restrictive with their new feedlots. And then in Candy-Ojai County, they are more restrictive because they have a 1,320 foot setback. So when we're looking at going from 700 to 500 feet, then we would see Sherburne and Benton County become more restrictive in that case. So I don't know if you're looking to have some discussion on this particular recommendation of the Feedlot Review Committee. I could provide one example situation from the last 7 years to talk through if you needed that. Or if you'd like me to just continue to go through the slides on those other 2 recommendations that they had, you can maybe guide me as to what you all wish.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong. The question I have is, I just would like more clarification on what the second item is, to make an exception. What kind of exception? So that's the question I have at the second point. But I did want to comment too that the data that you did with the standard deviations and the counts of which ones, it made my little data nerd heart happy. So.
Thank you. That was Shelby in our office, one of my staff. Yep. So Madam Chair and Jill, the 3rd column here that you're looking at is the owner exception for residents. So that's the next topic I can get into just a little bit if you'd like, or to continue on with the presentation. But that, again, is the Feedlot Review Committee's second recommendation, where we've seen the increase, it seems, in variance requests is when there is a common owner. And I know in some of those situations, the owner has brought it up to staff or maybe even mentioned it during their hearing that it's related to, the mortgage or the financial situation, that they have to split the parcel. And so we're also seeing that where we have the greatest deviation in the setback for house to feedlot, it is in those situations. The vast majority are a common owner.
So the feedlot review committee really looked at having that exception, granting that as an allowed exception where a variance would not be needed. So whether the setback is 700 feet or 500 feet, we would write into the ordinance that at least one common owner exists between those parcels. And if that were the case, then no variance would be needed. So whether they wanted to be 200 feet or 50 feet, as long as there's a common owner. Now, the questions that come up with that is if, we do have situations where someone owns the livestock, but they don't necessarily own either one of those parcels, or maybe they only own one of the parcels. So that may be something to address in your discussion or feedback. And then also, there's a potential loophole there as well. If an individual owns a parcel, say a feedlot parcel, and then wants to split off and build a house on a second parcel, they wouldn't have to maintain ownership for any length of time. So it kind of creates a mechanism for someone to split off a parcel nearby for a house and then sell it. Whereas somebody that didn't own those two parcels would not be allowed to do that without a variance.
So just to make sure I understand, so if the common owner is an exception, so that means that if they put the hog barn 2 feet away from the front door because they own both parcels, it would still be okay.
Correct.
Is that okay?
Without a variance, yep. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking at the numbers. It looks like it's the maximum deviation where it says 124 or 175. So that means kind of the minimum distance that's been in these applications so far.
Let's see here. 175 would be the maximum deviation. Yep, you're right. So that'd be the shortest distance requested.
Okay, so it sounds like even in the case of, if they could just build it 2 feet from the front door, we haven't had any that are that extreme. The most extreme ones have still been over 100 feet away.
Right. And in the other case where a home is requesting that setback, it would be 124 feet. So yeah, whether it's 100, you're right. In either case, it's over 100 feet.
And just to clarify that also, that 124 feet that she was talking about, that doesn't necessarily have to mean it was a structure. It could have been the edge of the cow yard.
Mm. Yeah, because we do count, you're right, Madam Chair, the open lots are considered part of the feedlot, as is a garage on a home. It's part of the home or a deck.
Right.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would just applaud the feedlot committee for finally bringing forward this recommendation. We have seen far too many variance requests that have taken up not only our time, but unfortunately the applicant's time. And I think it should be the common ownership of the parcels, not who owns the livestock. I think they need to own both parcels. And to your second point about the loophole, if somebody wants to go through that process to be able to build a residence, at some point, first, when they live in it, they would be close to the feedlot. That would be a personal choice. And if they ever sold it, that would be a choice of whoever buys it. That's part of living out in the country, so to speak. And so I think having an exception for common parcel ownership is a great one.
The only additional comment I would have is, I don't know if it's necessary, but I know we have that 10-foot distance requirement between structures. I don't know if you would need that kind of language in here for that common owner exception to ensure that there's still that fire lane distance.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Long, yeah, it is something I guess I hadn't thought about, but you're correct in that this exception would not mean that anything more restrictive wouldn't still come into play. So as we look at further into the language and making that potential change, we would have to make a reference to any other structural setbacks that would still apply.
Mhm.
And then, Madam Chair, if I can continue here, I guess across the state, as you did see in your packet, close to 2 years ago now, almost, I guess, we did survey the other county feedlot officers in the state. And so in some of those cases, they had actually been allowing exemptions or exceptions rather for farm employees, relatives of the owner, or even a neighbor that signs off. So in the third column here, you can see in our neighboring counties, many of those are not allowing the exception. They're the same as Stearns County, except for Candy, Ojai County does have has an exception. But so yeah, I forget what the packet had said here, but there are quite a few counties that do have some other exceptions. But the vast majority that do have the exception are doing the common owner. So, if you want me to continue on to the animal unit density, which is the last recommendation from the Feedlot Review Committee, I can go ahead and do that.
Yep, I think we're probably ready for you to go ahead and give us the information for the next.
Okay. So with the animal unit density in agricultural districts, this slide is showing you the current language with the proposed language from the Feedlot Review Committee in red. And so that would just be increasing the animal units by 1 animal unit for 3 of those categories, 3 of those acreages, and then in the last category by 2 animal units. So instead of capping these parcels at 4 animal units, essentially it would be capped at 6. The change could allow for more livestock agricultural use, potentially in the agricultural districts, but also we have not had a lot of variance requests for this. So in the last 7 years, there was 1 variance request, and that was granted, and it was for like 200 and some animal units on like about an 8 or 9 acre parcel. And then in the 7 years prior to that, we had 3 variance requests that were also granted, but none of those happened to be in the agricultural district. This is the one example that we did have. It was 9.64 acres in an A40, and they would have only been allowed 4 animal units. And we had discovered the site had 11, and they came in for a variance and were granted the 256. So it's it's an agricultural area, and that's what the proposal is here for. But so in this case, what was recommended still would not have alleviated that one that had been approved in the last 7 years. But yeah, these are the 3 recommendations again from the Feedlot Review Committee. We did provide a lot of data for you in those charts at the end of your packet, or at the end of this part of the packet. So if you have some additional ideas or concerns or questions that we, can discuss, otherwise I would look for maybe either some more feedback, or if you want to make a formal recommendation to the Planning Commission and the County Board. They will be meeting on February 22nd. They are meeting as an ordinance committee essentially to look at these recommendations and potential changes. So this will be going before them. Your comments or motion would be brought forward to them at that time.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, just one additional comment. I am in favor of item 2 and item 3, and basically in favor of item 1, with one exception on item 1, and that is for the large feedlots. I do think a further distance still should be considered. And so, maybe 500 animal units, or maybe it's something greater than that. If it's a large corporate type farm, I think, we're just going to get ourselves into trouble with odors and other issues. So I would just suggest that maybe that should stay at 700 feet for those very large feedlots.
Madam Chair, I can speak to a tiered setback system. Back in 1998, when the county did have its first feedlot ordinance, for that 1.5 year period before zoning, we did have a tiered system in the county. And then, and that was removed in 2000, and that's been the case then ever since. The Feedlot Review Committee did talk about a tiered system for the reasons that Mr. Gregory did speak to, and they did have the discussion, and we do also have a conditional use permit requirement at 700 animal units. And when a site is 500 animal units in an A40, that triggers the Feedlot Review Committee review. So even though it doesn't go to the Planning Commission, they're still reviewed. But for those sites that are 700 animal units or more, they do go before the Planning Commission for conditions that can be put on their permit related to odor or other factors. With a tiered system, it is important, I think, to recognize that it can also inhibit a site from expanding because then they have to go through the variance process or may have to go through the variance process in order to expand. So it's just one thing to keep in mind.
And also, I would think, just because a feedlot is larger, the owner still lives there. If it's owned by the owner of the property and probably the owner of the cattle, and they're well aware of any problems with odor, and you would anticipate that home would not be sold separately from the property that the feedlot is attached to. So for me, there might be more odor because it's a bigger feedlot, but I think that would be at the decision of the owner of the feedlot, whether they wanted to live closer to it or not.
And my comment, Madam Chair, had to do with neighboring properties, not the
okay,
not the owner.
Not the owner. Okay, so it wasn't the common owner one, but it was more just the setback. Okay, I would agree with, because that would make a significant difference.
And Becky's further comments about conditional use permits for 700 animal units or greater, and the potential impact of increasing the animal units. I appreciate that additional information, and so I would be fine with 1, 2, and 3 as recommended by the Feedlot Review Committee.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Dennis, because I agree. I think it would be a big difference for somebody who lives out in the country and somebody comes along and puts in a 100-cow feedlot next door to them, or somebody that comes in and puts in 1,000 cows next door to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the country.
Yes.
Yeah, it is zoned agricultural. So
yeah. So board members, are we ready to make a formal motion to the commissioners and the Planning Commission that we would support their recommendations, or what would you like to do?
Madam Chair, just to continue this forward, I would make that motion, and then obviously you can open it up to further discussion.
Okay, we have a motion to give our support to the 3 recommendations that's been presented to us. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Hayne, I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or comments that we'd like to attach to our motion?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'd just like to comment that Shelby makes beautiful pivot tables.
yes, she does. I agree.
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, I appreciate the feedback from everybody. I'll be at that meeting on the 22nd, so I can carry the sentiment that everyone shared to the group as well. And for what it's worth, I think everyone's head is pretty consistent with with where the planning commission's typically at on these issues. So appreciate the feedback.
And I will vouch for how much time I know the Planning Commission and the Feedlot Review committees have worked on this, because my husband's on those boards, and I sit in the living room while he's in the office on the Zoom meetings, and I hear all the discussion. So they put in a lot of work. So I commend all the work that they've done on this and all the really good discussion that they've already had. All right, seeing that being approved, is there anything additional for Feedlot Review that you would like us to discuss, or have we covered it for you?
You have covered it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. The last thing on our agenda for tonight is the approval of some minutes, and we have quite a number of minutes. I thought what we would do, just for the sake of time, is I will mention each of those and ask if there's any changes or additions to any of them, and then we'll just take one vote on the whole group once we've made any changes or additions. So does anyone have any changes or additions to the August 27th meeting minutes? Any changes or additions to the September 21st meeting minutes? Any changes or additions to the September 25th meeting minutes? Any changes or additions to the October 19th meeting minutes? Any changes or additions to the October 22nd meeting minutes? Any changes or additions to the special meeting on November 5th? Any changes or additions to the meeting minutes for the December 3rd meeting? Okay, hearing no changes or additions to any of those, do we have a motion to approve all of those meeting minutes mentioned?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve all the minutes that you mentioned in your discussion.
All right, do we have a second?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining?
I'll abstain, Madam Chair. Jason Cron.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, and then also, if you take a look at your screens, let's congratulate Dave, as he will no longer be on the hunt or reeling in the big requests for change. He'll be reeling in the big catch or on the hunt for the big game. So does this mean he's retiring or something else?
Chair, yes, my last day will be March 12th.
Well, you will be sorely missed. We've appreciated all the work you've done for the Board of Adjustments. And also, when I was on the Planning Commission, I know you did some work with that group as well, and you will be missed by Stearns County.
Well, thank you for that, and just thanks to you guys for the time that you spend doing what you do for the county.
Well, and now that will you continue to be a citizen of Stearns County?
Yes.
Well,
Not going
because you'll
anywhere.
no longer be a county employee, I know there'd be a lot of committees in the county that would be greatly benefit from your knowledge and input. So consider that.
Here, here. Congratulations, Dave.
Thanks.
Well earned.
Congrats, Dave. Save a couple of fish for me.
All right, thank you. Staff, is there anything else that I have missed that we need to cover this evening? Or are we ready to adjourn?
Madam Chair, if I may, just one quick thing, taking into account that it's already 10:45. There was a couple of comments tonight about Greg Berg's recommendations. And so it would be good to provide feedback to Greg about looking at the water flow and soil conditions, so that we know that those both are being taken into account in his recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Also, staff, can you tell me, do we know approximately how many applications we are looking forward to for the February meeting?
Madam Chair, I want to say 4 or 5.
Okay, so it's not a large number. And we definitely, if it's only 4 or 5, we wouldn't be looking at a special meeting called or anything. Okay. All right. Well,
Madam Chair, move to meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Jake, seconds that.
Okay, we have a motion to close the meeting and to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
I don't think I'll find any opposed out there. So, good evening, everybody, and I'll drive careful on my way home, and you guys all walk carefully to your beds.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
All right. Good night.